With this young man's revenge, the end of winter arrived. He stood up and looked at the work of his hands, where everyone who tried to prevent him from taking over the winter forest was destroyed. Spring should arrive very soon, when all the plants bloom and come to life, and everyone around us begins to feel overwhelmed with happiness. But this young man could not know if this long-awaited spring would reach the winter forest. Tiffany loved literature, in which the plots were tied to revenge, where, among all the works she liked, her favorite was The Master of the Winter Forest. No matter what they told her, the girl was indescribably enchanted by this work she read more than once. Sitting next to the sick boy, Tiffany reasoned that the ending, which left a feeling of emptiness, was truly ideal. The boy's voice distracted the girl from her thoughts about her favorite book and the feelings associated with it. Tiffany turned her head and looked at the boy's face, burning with fever and fully conveying his general condition. The girl asked how the boy felt now, but what Oliver replied was that his aunt should not worry about his health and quietly go for a walk at today's festival, thus bringing a smile to his face. The girl adjusted the compress on the boy's head and told him not to think about her, but to sleep a little longer to gain strength. In her mind, Tiffany thought that the boy would be angry if she said she really wanted to go to the festival. Looking at the boy who was falling asleep, the girl remembered that in the future this boy would become the main character of the novel, The Master of the Winter Forest. While washing clothes on the way, Tiffany plunged back into memories. Now she was playing the role of a supporting character in her favorite work, Oliver's aunt, Elizabeth Rowdy. Yes, Tiffany literally took over the body of this beautiful girl. About a month ago, in her world, she was returning from some party in a state of extreme drunkenness, and failing to follow safety rules when crossing the street, she fell under a speeding car. When she woke up, Tiffany discovered she was in another world in this girl's body. She found that besides her own memories, this new body contained Elizabeth's memories. But the main problem was that she found herself in a novel whose plot is full of revenge, where there is no room for places or hopes. Once again, Tiffany returned to the memories of the content of her favorite book, in whose events she unexpectedly participated. Oliver, an illegitimate son who never knew his father and lost his mother early, lived with his Aunt Elizabeth. One day, a man appeared at their door, introducing himself as Oliver's uncle, and telling her that the boy belonged to the ducal family of Richardson of the Winter Forest, and took him away with him. However, in the Winter Forest, Oliver only expected bitter looks from his relatives, who clearly did not want to share the benefits of aristocratic life with the boy. The conspiracies and tricks of hostile relatives cost the boy dearly, where he lost his aunt in his direct line of kinship. He also lost his uncle, who protected the boy to the last drop of blood. When his own life was threatened, Oliver hid his identity and began living under a different name, waiting for the right moment for revenge. He grew up, became a war hero, and returned to the Winter Forest to punish everyone who conspired against him and killed his loved ones. Tiffany did not want to personally participate in the development of the novel's plot, even though she was inside her favorite work. After all, she was the first character to suffer because she treated a child badly. Elizabeth was not at all ceremonial in raising and treating the child. She raised her voice for any reason, called him a useless creature, accused him of hanging around her neck, and sent him to earn money. Meanwhile, the boy could only say that only the aunt here was worthless and that he had been earning his bread for a long time. The girl who woke up in Elizabeth's body forced her brain to remember every detail. The useless Elizabeth finally sold Oliver to his uncle, who came looking for him. Having received the money, she started hanging out with the Duke because she could not curb her greedy nature, which Oliver's evil relatives took advantage of, ultimately leading to the demise of this pathetic woman. Tiffany shuddered at the thought that she was in this world only to die again, which had already happened to her in her world. She literally beat her head against the floor, thinking that now she was paying the price for her tastes in literary genres. But her friend in that world often told her that she needed to relax and start reading something lighter and funnier than books about revenge. But now it was too late to change anything, which, by the way, did not cancel in the slightest the girl's desire to keep living, even if inside the novel. She remembered that Oliver went to the Winter Forest when he was 10 years old. The Duchy recognized his existence, which means that the girl could not and should not have prevented the boy from returning home. The body's memories told the girl that Oliver is 9 years old now, which means she has time to change, if not the whole story of the novel, at least Elizabeth's fate. Firstly, the girl decided to change the perception the boy had of his aunt. And she used her most important asset, the ability to cook well. Oliver earned his living and received an apple or a piece of bread for doing various chores for the neighbors. But this was barely enough to keep the boy alive. Tiffany remembered all this with tears in her eyes, because the boy is only 9 years old, and he must drink well. On that day of change, Tiffany was distracted from the kitchen and her gloomy thoughts by the creak of the door. It was Oliver who returned from his usual routine, hungry and exhausted. Tiffany greeted him with a friendly face, a smile, and said that the boy was probably very hungry. After which, taking the pan in her hands, the girl said she had prepared a vegetable stew and invited him to eat together. But the boy, without any enthusiasm, noted that his aunt seemed to have gone crazy while he was away and suggested that she behave as usual. Tiffany decided that it was not worth expecting another reaction, given the time the boy had lived with a tyrant in the person of his own aunt. Oliver's mother died about 5 years ago. At first, Elizabeth thought that the nephew she had taken under her protection would simply annoy her. But the situation changed as the boy grew up, and in time he began to literally bloom before our eyes. Since everyone in his family, including his deceased sister Elizabeth, had outstanding looks, Elizabeth, on the other hand, constantly felt complex due to her, in her opinion, inconspicuous appearance. And despite the fact that Elizabeth was truly very beautiful, the blooming Oliver awakened old feelings. She began to regularly vent all her anger on her nephew. All this explains why the boy isolated himself from the world, because he had to go through real hell with such. Or which aunt? Tiffany understood that, of course, she could not improve her relationship with her nephew with the help of simply preparing dinner. But she was firmly committed to doing so. She showed her good attitude towards him in everything. She invited him for a walk, prepared delicious food, came to the room in the morning, and wished him good morning. Sometimes, her fruitless efforts, in which the boy constantly tried to escape from her, or isolate himself somehow, made the girl cry with despair. This was the month Tiffany lived in the body of the minor heroine of her favorite novel, Winter Forest, where, recalling the events of the past month, the girl herself did not notice how she fell asleep from the fatigue that came over her more and more. Tiffany approached the boy's bed to check on his condition. She checked his temperature, thinking that only with the appearance of the illness did Oliver's attitude towards her begin to change. The girl bitterly noted that since the boy's body was sick, his soul was most likely also exhausted. While sleeping, the boy suddenly uttered the word mommy, which also confirmed Tiffany's thoughts that Oliver was still a small child who needed the love and care of his mother. She furiously scolded Elizabeth for being so insensitive to the child and accused her of inhumanity. The boy's heavy cough, while sleeping, added to the strong feelings of pity. Looking at the suffering boy with teary eyes, Tiffany told him to be a little more patient while she went to get medicine. Going out onto the street and heading towards the forest, Tiffany thought about the fact that she had no money at all. However, she still had knowledge of various useful plants that she could collect to take and sell to a healer, and with the proceeds buy medicine for Oliver. Very quickly, her basket filled with a variety of herbs. Assessing the collected volume, the girl thought that perhaps she would have enough money left over to buy food, and she and the boy could eat well for some time. And if you try hard and save money, you can even buy Oliver some toys. After all, the boy practically has no good and warm memories and has never had toys. The girl mentally addressed the Almighty and asked him to allow the boy to find only happiness in the future. A rapidly approaching sound distracted her from her prayer and made her turn her head. But she didn't have time to notice anything. Something passed by the girl like a hurricane, sweeping away everything in its path. That only Tiffany could do, already sitting on the ground, next to an overturned basket of herbs, following the carriage, disappearing into the distance, almost repeating the girl's story in that other world. My first reflex was to rub my bruised head. And then Tiffany focused her attention on her dress, which was now damaged, and it was unclear if it could be repaired. But there was no time to mourn the dress and pay attention to the bruises. And the girl, picking up the basket and gathering the scattered herbs, continued on her way. Upon reaching the village, the girl immediately noticed that they were well prepared for today's festival. The only thing Tiffany feared was meeting some of Elizabeth's former acquaintances. She was well aware that with her acting skills, she would not be able to portray the intolerable character of the person whose body she inhabited. So she decided to resolve her affairs as quickly as possible and return home. But before she had time to take even a couple of steps, she heard Elizabeth's name pronounced by a man's voice. Turning around, the girl saw a bumpkin with an absolutely stupid look, smiling from ear to ear, and asking her if she was looking for a man for tonight. At first, such a direct and quite frank question took the girl by surprise. Looking at this rude boor, who could not understand why his former acquaintance looked at him like that, Tiffany only had one association, that his head reminded her of nothing but a potato. Deciding to simply ignore the words of this man, she disliked immediately. Tiffany turned away, but he did not stay behind, saying that a certain unknown aristocrat appeared here today. The girl immediately remembered that encounter with the carriage, which almost completely sent her to another world. After telling the man to leave her alone, Tiffany continued her way to the healer. But the guy did not stay behind, again asking a tactless question about the fact that Elizabeth, apparently, she had already spent some time in the company of this aristocrat, which is why she looked so bad. Tiffany was already starting to get tired of the attention this guy paid to Elizabeth's person, as well as his inappropriate questions. But the guy still didn't stop. This time he asked if the girl had found someone to go to the festival with. Continuing, Tiffany replied that she would not go to the festival because Oliver was sick, and he needed attention. The words that all this was an invention completely infuriated the girl, and she, turning abruptly, very rudely, told him to leave her alone, asking him at the same time if he needed to bother her so much as to resort to rudeness. Surprised by this behavior from his previously quite complacent acquaintance, the guy, stammering, replied that no, it was not necessary, finally calling the annoying character of her favorite novel a fairy-tale idiot. Tiffany continued on her way. However, this character quickly recovered from such an attack by the girl, and deciding to have the last word, he said that she should not pretend to be susceptible, and that she should lower the bar so she could get married. Tiffany could not ignore this, and turned around and walked towards her even more unpleasant interlocutor. With a smile on her face, she said that, judging by his attempts to court her, he had also set the bar too high, that he should lower it much further to be able to get married. The guy never expected such an answer from the girl and fell into complete stupor. Unable to find a way to respond to such a statement, Tiffany's opponent hastily retreated, muttering something under his breath. Although she won the verbal battle, the girl, angered by the whole situation, also continued on her way, which did not last long, as in a fit of emotion she did not notice how she bumped into a random person she met. And again the girl was sitting on the ground, only now rubbing her nose, which had turned out bruised from the collision, and she cursed the unfortunate day today. Suddenly, an open palm appeared right in front of her, accompanied by a question about whether the girl was okay. And the first thing she liked was the stranger's voice, which she was very happy to hear. The next thing she noticed were the shoes of her random acquaintance. They were very expensive shoes, which indicated the high status of their owner. But Tiffany did not need to know this person. And then the man knelt down and apologized, because in his haste he had shown a lack of tact and lack of attention to the beautiful lady. Trying not to look at him, Tiffany quickly got up and said that nothing bad had happened because she was also in a hurry. And at the words of the person, she meant that her clothes were ruined and an attempt to look her in the eyes. The girl, covering herself with her hand, replied that the man was not to blame for anything, having finally said that she had many urgent matters and needed to leave. Tiffany hastily left the scene of the second unexpected encounter, and the man who found her remained standing in the middle of the street, very surprised by the strange behavior of his acquaintance. Soon the girl was heading back home, where in her basket, instead of herbs, there was already medicine and some food. The voice of the redhead, asking what she had in her hands, caught Tiffany's attention. Turning around, she saw one of Elizabeth's friends named Lara. She replied that Oliver was sick and she went to get medicine from the healer, buying food for home on the way, which clearly surprised her interlocutor, who knew Elizabeth's character, who would never take care of the child. However, this was not all that Lara could not understand, as she asked what Elizabeth was doing here, which confused the latter. Seeing the girl's reaction, Lara explained that she recently wanted to flirt with an aristocrat, but he asked her about Elizabeth's house and immediately left. Tiffany listened attentively, and Lara continued, saying that she naively believed that Elizabeth managed to attract this handsome man in a military uniform to her. This information greatly disconcerted Tiffany, who could not understand what kind of man her house was looking for, and why a military man. And then, it occurred to her that Oliver's uncle should appear right during the spring festival. But this should happen when the boy turns 10. And at that very moment, she understood everything that was happening. She abruptly took off and ran towards her home, hurriedly saying goodbye to Lara. And she, in turn, shouted curses at her, accusing her that the man was dearer to her than her friend. Tiffany ran home as fast as she could, managing to simultaneously send curses to Elizabeth, who, as it turned out, did not even know her nephew's exact age, giving Tiffany the memories that he was 9. In fact, a man in a handsome military uniform was already standing near the front door, and the girl had no choice but to acknowledge the presence of that very man here. Oliver's father's brother, Thomas Richardson. His attractive appearance also became the subject of great attention from Tiffany, where she closely examined every detail of his uniform and every feature of this handsome face of a true aristocrat. And when Thomas, seeing the girl, approached, she happily noted that he was also tall. The first thing the man said were words of joy at the reunion, which made the girl feel confused, since she could not recall that she or Elizabeth had met this man. But Thomas quickly dispelled this embarrassment by recalling the confrontation on the street that occurred less than an hour ago, further surprising and embarrassing the girl. Then, ceremoniously, the man introduced himself, calling himself Colonel Thomas Richardson of the Royal Army, and asking if the girl was the owner of the house. Answering affirmatively, Tiffany asked what had brought the man to this house, to which the man asked if the girl knew a man named George Richardson. Of course, this man was familiar to Tiffany from the novel, because this is the name of Oliver's father. But Elizabeth could not be familiar with him. Therefore, the girl replied that she did not understand who the man was talking about, and that he was probably in the wrong house. With disappointment, Thomas concluded that if it was not the rowdies living in this house, then he had really made a mistake. Knowing the plot of the book very well, and how this man knows how to stand his ground, the girl confirmed that her last name was indeed Rowdy. After which, she politely suggested continuing the conversation inside the house. As they entered, Tiffany quickly reviewed the events of the novel in her head, remembering once again that the man following her was Thomas Richardson. On the first day of the spring festival, he arrived in this village to take his nephew to the winter forest. Upon arriving at the house, he found Oliver there, sick and completely alone, because his Aunt Elizabeth had fun at the festival late into the night. This caused a frenzy in the colonel, who accused Elizabeth of being completely irresponsible and said he would take Oliver with him. Elizabeth, in response, said that the man dared not accuse her of anything because they left an illegitimate child on her neck, and she lived a lot of suffering with him, where, instead of enjoying her youth, she wasted her days as a single mother, and therefore a man does not dare to come and declare that he will take the child. For his actions to be correct, he must compensate her for the suffering she endured. The man complied with Elizabeth's demand and paid for the entire time Oliver spent with her. At the same time, he stated that the moment the girl took the money, she would lose the right to interfere in her nephew's life. As a result, Elizabeth was pleased with the deal, but the child suffered severe mental trauma because his hopes for his aunt were not justified. Tiffany decided that this would not happen again, now that she was in the role of Elizabeth, and she loudly apologized to the man for the wait, to which Thomas replied that there was nothing to worry about, since everything was fine. The girl prepared an infusion, the taste of which the colonel greatly enjoyed, commenting aloud. Tiffany mapped out a plan for the conversation, where she should not reveal the information she knew about the events of the book, and she should not create the opinion in the man that she wanted to get rid of the child. She started the conversation by saying that she was really hearing George's name for the first time, and that her Rhodey family was from a remote area and had nothing to do with the Richardson family, to which Thomas asked if she had written a letter to George about 5 years ago, informing him that she had an illegitimate son, mentally concluding that Sister Elizabeth had managed to write the letter before her death. Tiffany aloud expressed the question of whether it was too late for the man to decide to answer the letter 5 years ago. Thomas explained that he was only George's younger half-brother, and that his family knew nothing about the child because his brother hid it from everyone. When George died, while sorting through his things, he found a letter informing him of the presence of his son. However, there was no other information there, except for the surname Rowdy, which is why so much time was spent on the search, for which he also apologized to the girl. Tiffany was understanding of the situation and said that there was no need to apologize, since Thomas was not the creator of this story. And when asked where the child was, the girl, pointing upstairs, said he was sleeping upstairs. This was followed by a logical question about the child's name, which was no secret, and Tiffany said his name was Oliver. Looking at the man, the girl remembered the events of the book, where Oliver was delighted with his uncle Thomas, who cared for him paternally, acted as a mentor, and moreover, according to Tiffany's personal observation, he was very handsome. After thinking for a moment, Thomas asked who Oliver's girlfriend was, and quickly received the answer that it was his aunt. Then the man asked the next logical question about the whereabouts of the child's mother. Tiffany sadly informed that his mother died of an infectious disease 5 years ago. During this conversation, Thomas received answers to all his questions, and in the end, putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, he apologized for the irresponsible behavior of his older brother, who abandoned the child. The girl, after accepting the apology, pointed out that in every family there are unworthy people, mentally thinking that in the Roddy family, Elizabeth was one of those people until Tiffany, ended up in her body. The colonel went on to say that George never married and that Oliver was his only son, whose existence George's parents now know about and look forward to meeting their grandson. The girl knew very well what was going to be discussed and patiently waited for the culmination of this speech. And it was not long in coming, where the colonel said that he was very embarrassed to ask such a thing, since Elizabeth raised the child alone, but would still dare to ask for him to be taken away with him. Tiffany calmed herself mentally, reminding herself that she should not know the events of the future, but simply being a loving aunt. After all, a man should not decide that he wants to get rid of his nephew. So she said that Thomas's request was very unexpected for her, to which the child's uncle assured the girl that he perfectly understood her concern, and he could promise her that in the winter forest, he would create the best living conditions for him. The girl, playing the role she intended, said she had no reason to doubt the man's words, but now it was difficult for her to give an answer to the question, where, moreover, it was necessary to somehow inform the child himself about this. Thomas began to apologize for creating such a burdensome situation for Elizabeth with his appearance and request, but Tiffany replied that she felt no inconvenience and that it would be good for the man to meet the boy himself. For example, tomorrow, since the boy felt very unwell today. The colonel considered this proposal more than reasonable and agreed with the girl to discuss everything with the boy himself first. Soon he was standing on the steps of his carriage, saying he would return tomorrow, and hearing Elizabeth's reply, wishing him a good journey. A few seconds later, the carriage started at full speed, leaving the girl alone in the street. Returning to the house, the girl sat upright on the ground, leaning against the wall, and she noted that events were developing faster than expected. But if Oliver considered her a good aunt at the time of his departure to the winter forest, then she would probably be able to avoid revenge in her direction. The day was over. The last rays of the sun had long since disappeared behind the horizon, and night slowly fell over the village. During dinner, Tiffany continued to think about her future, which, no less, raised the issue of her own survival. She looked at the revived boy, who was eating the dinner she had prepared with appetite and pleasure. The thought of whether it is worth sending this boy down such a thorny and difficult path, as prescribed by the pages of the book. She hasn't even told Oliver about Uncle Thomas's visit yet, who wants to take the boy to the winter forest. But today, on this last night together, the girl only wanted to enjoy the company of this boy, with whom she had grown so fond of over the past month. She would, of course, very much like this cute boy to stay with her, but at the same time, she understood that she could not give this baby anything. And the Richardsons will never abandon Oliver, even if he has to fight against the whole duchy. Moreover, she surrounded him with care and love for only a month, whereas before, for 5 years, Oliver was under the yoke of his aunt. Meanwhile, the boy noticed his aunt's strange state and behavior and asked why she was barely eating, to which Tiffany composed herself and replied as cheerfully as possible that everything was fine and that the boy had nothing to worry about. Remembering again that today was their last night together, the girl carefully stroked the boy's cheek with words of tenderness, provoking the corresponding reaction from Oliver in the form of words that he was no longer small. The next day, Thomas Richardson, as promised, arrived at the Rhodey house again, where he stood and looked at the little redhead, and Oliver stood up and carefully examined the unknown man in a military uniform. Tiffany, playing the role she had created, told Oliver that this was his uncle. However, the boy's reaction was not what the girl expected, where the boy simply remained silent and didn't even greet him. And at his aunt's call to be polite, Oliver replied that he and this guy didn't even look alike and could not be related to each other. Mentally understanding that the boy was right, Tiffany expressed that they didn't look alike at all, but at the same time, they were related to each other. But the boy stood firm and literally shouted that he and his aunt were relatives. That is a completely different question. Tiffany was surprised that not everything turned out as described in the novel. And Thomas, meanwhile, tried to explain to the boy that his father, whom Oliver resembles, is Thomas's brother, where Thomas himself took his father's traits, and his brother took his mother's traits, which made them completely different from each other. Oliver listened to all this with great disbelief and said nothing in response. Then, to completely dispel the boy's doubts, the colonel took a locket from his pocket containing a portrait of his brother and showed it to Oliver. The first to silently admire the beauty of Oliver's father was Tiffany, to whom it was not surprising that her sister Elizabeth was fascinated by this man. And Oliver himself looked sadly at his father's portrait, recognizing his features in himself. When the boy finished looking at the portrait, Tiffany said that his uncle was from a very rich aristocratic family, and if the boy goes with him, he will be able to eat good meat every day and learn a lot. After these words, the boy asked about the fate of his own aunt, to which Tiffany replied that she would stay here, in this village. She was very happy that the boy still considered her his relative, and they said goodbye on such a wonderful note. Oliver cast a malicious glance at the man standing nearby, and suddenly, shouting the word mommy, he ran into his Aunt Elizabeth's arms, which surprised Tiffany twice, both by his hugs and by calling her mommy, which was completely unexpected for the girl. With tears in her eyes, she asked her mother not to leave him and promised to continue calling her aunt. Here the colonel intervened in this scene, carefully noting his memory that the girl introduced herself to him as the boy's aunt, to which Tiffany once again confirmed that she was actually only Oliver's aunt. But the boy continued his performance, cuddling up to Tiffany and repeatedly shouting the word mommy, and asking not to leave him. And the colonel, without ceasing to observe what was happening, expressed complete misunderstanding regarding this scene. But a second later, Thomas declared that if the young lady was truly Oliver's mother, then he could not afford to take him away so as not to break the maternal connection. And his next words, that the girl in this case needed to go to the winter forest with them, resounded like thunder in the girl's ears. She perfectly understood that her own life was at stake, because staying in winter forest promised her death, and therefore, she expressed that a measured and quiet life in this village was more suitable for her. At this point, Oliver intervened, reminding Elizabeth of her own words that she had always dreamed of living in a palace like a princess, where her fingers would be adorned with gold rings with precious stones, and every day beefsteak would be served for lunch. To which Tiffany, unlike Oliver's arguments, replied that she had always been, and remains a supporter of a modest life, and that she was used to eating simple foods, and low in fat. Then she sat down and said with all seriousness that everyone has an inherent desire to live in abundance. But she spent her whole life in this village, where she has many friends and does not want to move elsewhere. Then, the boy continued to play his role, roaring and declaring that by giving him over to this suspicious guy, the girl was trying to get rid of him so she could get married later, where the words related to the colonel's personality about his suspicion greatly surprised the man. Reinforcing what was said, the boy gave Thomas an extremely disbelieving look. But having recovered, Thomas announced that if the young lady plans to marry, then the best option would be to look for a husband in winter forest. Oliver quickly supported what was said, and said that the option proposed by the man was excellent and suitable for both the aunt and the child. Now tears began to well up in Tiffany's eyes, who, trying to avoid a fatal trip for her, said that she would definitely be out of place there and that they might start oppressing her. After all, she is only the younger sister of a girl who gave birth to a son from her deceased son. But the boy turned it around and said that the situation is completely different from how Elizabeth sees it, because she is the one who raised this child when one parent hid his existence, and the other died. Such intelligence from the boy brought the girl to a stupor, and she simply did not know what to say. Thomas interrupted the awkward pause and said that the Richardson family could well afford to accommodate and take care of one more person. He said that it is possible to fulfill the wish of any girl, whether it is a simple life, and measured, or the life of a princess in a palace. And he concluded his somewhat pretentious speech by saying that in the winter forest, absolutely everything is possible. Tiffany was stunned on the spot by such a speech, after which she had no more arguments left. The carriage was already prepared for the trip, and Tiffany still could not believe that she was starting a journey to the winter forest, where, according to the plot of the book, Elizabeth faces inevitable death. The girl packed her bags quite quickly. Suddenly, a familiar female voice sounded behind her, shouting Elizabeth's name. Turning around, the girl saw Lara running towards her, who asked her if the rumor that Elizabeth was going to live with aristocrats and would now be a rich lady was really true. Coming closer, Lara stated that everything happened exactly as Elizabeth had always said, that sooner or later she would marry an aristocrat. Having heard such things, Tiffany was very afraid that Thomas, with whom she had a completely different relationship than Lara imagined, might hear this. Meanwhile, the colonel announced that all preparations were complete and that they could depart. He approached the girls and, in front of the astonished Lara, invited Elizabeth to sit in the carriage, calling her Miss Rhodey. And Lara mentally concluded that somewhere she definitely did something wrong, and that from today, she needs to dream big. Like Elizabeth. And after the girl left, she shouted that her fiancé would be no worse than Isabel's fiancé, and that she too, sooner or later, would join aristocratic society. Tiffany could do nothing but blush, and Thomas added fuel to the fire by asking what kind of trouble had arisen with Miss Rhodey's friend. Quickly saying that there were no problems, the girl literally jumped into the carriage. And only then did she realize that Thomas had offered her his hand to get into the carriage, which she simply ignored. While she was worried about this and the colonel looked at his hand, Oliver began to hurry the man, asking him what his uncle was doing there, and telling him that it was time for them to leave. Tiffany reacted emotionally to this boy's comment, saying that he should call Thomas not uncle, but uncle. According to the book's events, Oliver was very thirsty for love and tried to show his best side to all his relatives in Winter Forest. Now Tiffany noticed that the boy was behaving in a completely different manner, which meant that he should receive education. In a calmer tone, the girl told the boy that he should not address his uncle like that, but the boy simply ignored what was said, looking out the carriage window as it began its journey. And so the gates of this village were left behind. Tiffany sat in the carriage and thought that after so many trials that had happened to her, she was leaving this village. Suddenly, a familiar male silhouette appeared in the window. The girl said nothing to the potato-headed man. She just thought that he had no reason to look at her like that. Of course, the future worried the girl a lot, but there was no turning back. Her fight for survival in this revenge plot had only just begun. Traveling by carriage was not easy for the girl. From time to time, the carriage bounced off rocks, and the girl also felt very sick. Tiffany was surprised at how easily Thomas managed to remain calm. The colonel's voice distracted her from her thoughts about the discomfort of the journey, and he asked her if Elizabeth was really Oliver's mother. To which the girl replied, not without emotion, that of course not, because in that case she would have had to give birth to him at 16, because she is only 27 now, and the man's brother would then become a real libertine. The harshness of the girl's answer discouraged the colonel a little, who had long been accustomed to good manners among people. But he said that this was exactly what could be expected from his brother, because they once saw him on a secret date with a lady who was older than his mother. Hearing this, Tiffany remembered that the book really talked about this and softened her tone a little, saying that they could simply return to the village and that any resident would confirm to the colonel that she was only the boy's aunt. But Thomas assured the girl that this was not necessary, because he could say with complete confidence that Mrs. Rhodey was not lying. Tiffany breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to explain that Oliver was not a liar, but the man stopped her, saying that he already knew and understood everything. It is evident that the boy simply did not want to part with his aunt, who took such good care of him. And for a long time, Thomas then said that now he completely understands why Oliver is so attached to the girl, where it can be seen at a glance that she cares for him as if he were really her own son. On the one hand, the girl was very happy to hear these words. On the other hand, she again noted mentally that such care has only been carried out for a month. Thomas resolutely declared that he would follow Elizabeth's example and consider Oliver as his own son, and together they could become true parents for him. Tiffany could not understand what this wonderful man was saying. In response, she said that the colonel should choose his words more carefully, otherwise they might be misinterpreted. To which Thomas reacted with incomprehension. The girl tried to explain that she understood Thomas's intentions to take care of Oliver, but if such words were said to a stranger, problems could arise because they would consider it a marriage proposal. At first, the colonel was simply silent, apparently digesting what he heard, and then he expressed that he had no reason to say those words to anyone else, since Oliver considered only Elizabeth as his mother. Tiffany, confused, came to the conclusion that Thomas did not understand at all what she was trying to tell him. And then, the girl realized that if the real Elizabeth were here, the man would have been tied up with his words a long time ago. However, soon the attention of the interlocutors was drawn to the change in appearance in the wagon window, where a large city appeared before them, and the colonel announced that they would take the train here. But before leaving, they needed to go shopping. Tiffany remembered that it was in this city that Oliver's transformation should take place. This was her favorite passage from the book, where she believed that such a beautiful girl would suit any clothes. And Tiffany herself, apparently, also expected a transformation, which gave the girl a pleasant feeling. With another dress, she appeared before the eyes of her travel companions, where Thomas noted that this dress suits her quite well, and Oliver said that any wide skirt would suit her much better. The girl's patience was running out, and she, pointing to the mountain of clothes she had already tried on, said that she should stop there and choose something. The word choose really did not inspire Thomas, and he said that it was not about any choice, since all the sets would be bought. This surprised the girl, even in her own world, who was not at all used to the fact that half the store could be bought at once. And the colonel had already called the store manager and ordered him to pack all the dresses, including the one Elizabeth was wearing at that moment. Talking to himself, Thomas noted that, unfortunately, now they could only buy ready-made dresses, and even if they are given to the workshop, they will be very different from those made to order. Here Oliver inserted his comment, saying that his aunt needed to choose a black suit that would emphasize her elegance. Well, Thomas, without hesitation, invited the girl to try on several more dresses. The girl was in a kind of mixed state, where on the one hand she really liked the fact that she could choose so many sets, but on the other hand, she did not like the fact that no one listened to her opinion. But now the store workers were helping Tiffany try on another dark-colored dress. After a while, the trying on was completed and the absolutely exhausted girl, leaving the store. She apologized to the man, calling him Colonel, saying that she had no strength left. Thomas considered the address Colonel too formal for a family member. Not knowing how to behave correctly and how to address a man, Tiffany offered him the word master. But this did not please the Colonel, who said that Isabel could address him simply as Thomas. This was extremely unexpected for the girl, but at the same time, it was nice that she was given permission to communicate so closely with a man. But as soon as these formalities were over, Thomas abruptly turned and headed towards another store, saying that he still needed to buy a lot for Mrs. Rhodey, and then start buying the necessary things for Oliver. This statement surprised the girl, and she expressed her thoughts that she thought everything she needed had already been bought, and nothing else was needed. The girl's words confused the man, who reacted by asking how Miss Rhodey would manage without shoes and hats. Tiffany countered this attack by pointing out that the hats had already been bought, since they were included with the dresses, to which Thomas replied that in a specialized boutique, there would be better options than those included in the set, to which the girl could only utter words, indicating that she doubted the seriousness of the man's intentions. Thomas, after a pause, asked the girl why receiving gifts from him was so unpleasant for her, which surprised Tiffany. She immediately began to convince the man that it was not hostility at all, and Thomas immediately continued the pressure, saying that in this case, the issue with future purchases can be considered resolved, to which the girl, hesitantly, said that the man had already done too much for her. Realizing why the girl was tormented by doubts, Thomas told her not to worry, since for him all this was a trifle. Tiffany could not find an answer to this, and then Thomas, turning around again, continued towards the boutique, inviting Elizabeth to follow. Looking at the departing man, Tiffany noticed that she had just witnessed the typical self-centered behavior of an aristocrat. In the book, the narration is told from Oliver's perspective, and Thomas's character is described from the perspective of a child. So it was now difficult for the girl to perceive any of his new characteristics. The shopping trips and boutiques were over, and everything purchased was a real mountain of boxes. But the Colonel was not at all impressed by this spectacle, where he noted that not being in the capital, there was practically nothing to choose from, but he hoped that this would be enough for the girl at first. Thomas looked at his watch and said it was time to go choose things for Oliver, which again surprised his companions. And now they were already in the store, where Oliver tried on one suit after another, and Tiffany did not tire of being able to personally participate in her favorite scene from the novel. The girl wanted the boy to try on literally everything in the store. She pointed first in one direction and then in the other, asserting that dark green would suit the boy well, and asking him if he liked this or that fabric from which the clothes were made. But the boy replied unenthusiastically that he would choose his own clothes, after which Oliver turned to the store staff to ask them to show him a gray jacket. But the restless Tiffany stopped him, telling him that she would help him with a normal choice now. And at the same moment, she ran towards the suit with a red vest embroidered in gold, offering to try on this overly pretentious outfit, which she, a girl, found very beautiful. However, the boy clearly did not share this choice, nor did the colonel, who politely coughed somewhere in the background. Trying to find words somehow, Oliver said that this outfit was very bold, but that he was unlikely to feel comfortable in it. Thomas also contributed, calling Elizabeth's choice original. The definition used by the man completely satisfied the boy, and he, delighted, said that this suit was indeed too original, while he preferred a more classic style. Tiffany wondered why her taste turned out to be so strange, and if that was the reason why she was not allowed to choose her own dresses. Meanwhile, Oliver himself chose a suit that the store staff immediately helped him put on. The day came to an end, and having bought everything necessary, the travelers headed to the hotel. There the colonel announced that tomorrow they would continue their journey and spend the night in this hotel. Thomas wished Mrs. Rowdy a good rest, who was still worried about not seeing Oliver in the clothes he wanted. For the tired travelers, the night passed quite quickly and gave way to a new and warm spring day. Thomas, Tiffany, and Oliver had already arrived at the station and were waiting to board the train. The colonel's attention was drawn by a male voice calling him master. It was one of the train conductors, who said that his car was ready to receive passengers. And indeed, even by the presence of the coat of arms on the carriage, one could guess that it belonged to the Rogers family. This greatly impressed the girl, who hadn't even heard a wish for a good journey from the guide. Once inside, Tiffany noticed that she was not in a compartment, but in real royal quarters. Oliver sat silently for now, looking around. Tiffany remembered the events of the book, where the boy, even before landing, expressed his surprise at how such a large thing, made of metal, moved without horses. And before getting in, the boy immediately began to ask Thomas for permission to inspect the carriage. Now Oliver's reaction was completely different. Although both in the book and now, the boy saw the train for the first time. The girl suggested that the boy could not contain his emotions in Thomas's presence. Tiffany decided to bring things closer to the novel's plot and asked Oliver if he would like to tour the train. The boy thought for a moment, but very soon said that he wanted to take a walk and would return soon. Thomas kindly showed Oliver the direction of the conductor's cabin, which might be occupied because the train had already started moving. But the boy said he was not going to bother the conductors, but would just look around and would return. Tiffany tried to explain to the man that the boy acted this way, not because he disliked Thomas, to which the colonel commented that he even found his behavior cute, and in general, the boy behaved quite decently, but his brother at that age behaved much worse. Then, Thomas invited Miss Rowdy to tour the train, where he would act as her personal tour guide, to which Tiffany refused, citing the fatigue of the previous day. And only now did the girl realize that the man still calls her Ms. Rowdy, while he himself, a long time ago, allowed people to call him simply by his name. Without hesitation, Tiffany told Thomas that he could also call her by her first name, as it greatly uncomfortable for her to be called only by her last name. The man was very surprised and even asked if the girl had really given him that permission, to which the girl once again confirmed that the man can now address her by her first name. The man's words of thanks were not long in coming, where he called the girl Miss Elizabeth, thus bringing her great pleasure. Thomas then noted that now he was even a little excited, because he and the girl were gradually getting closer, which literally made Elizabeth blush, where she mentally concluded that she could not deny that she was also very excited about such an approach. But then it occurred to her that no matter how handsome this man was, she could not get close to him. There were no female characters involved with Thomas, nor romantic relationships in the novel, which suggested a negative male attitude towards marriage. Although the novel does not mention the reasons for his disinterest in marriage, all these thoughts made the girl think hard about the events of her favorite book. She remembered how he suggested calling him by his first name. And again, she came to the conclusion that he was now very different from the person described on the pages of the novel. Then, in the girl's bright head, the suspicion arose that perhaps Thomas was trying to get something from her, which was immediately refuted by the fact that the colonel would have immediately said what he needed, and he would not beat around the bush. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Oliver's return. The boy was in a kind of depressed mood. Tiffany was very interested in what happened to Oliver, to which the boy replied that everything was fine, and returned to his place. The girl angrily came to the logical conclusion that the boy still does not trust her, which means there is no proper approach. She immediately remembered the whole last month, spent in this world taking care of a child where there are no washing machines. Cleaning the house must be done without the need to use a vacuum cleaner. And to cook, you first have to try to light a fire instead of turning on the stove. Now life was ahead in Winter Forest, in another world where maids do all the work for the aristocrats. This is an ideal life option if you do not take into account that she could die at any moment. Of course, the girl tried to think positively, but it was not easy. However, Tiffany firmly decided that she somehow had to try to recover. After all, the novel is about revenge, and the dark streak began right during the journey to the Winter Forest. The first attempt was made on the train they are currently traveling on. Then, Oliver enters this seemingly better life in the duchy. But happiness does not last long, and Thomas comes to his defense. He sends the boy far from this evil place to save his life. The colonel himself dies in a battle with those who tried to pursue Oliver. Returning to the attack on the train, Thomas, of course, instantly neutralized the attacker. And the client, according to Tiffany, was immediately obvious. It was the main villain of the novel, a certain Daniel Morris, who was Thomas's brother. But since the murderer sent on the train died in battle, no evidence of this connection could be found. And then, the girl realized that if she tried to save the attacker's life, it could greatly affect the future. So she realized that Thomas was reading the newspaper and immediately looked at Oliver, who was busy with a similar task. With a smile, she realized that at least when they were reading, these two were similar. And they did not enter into conflict. Tiffany asked the boy if he liked reading the newspaper, to which Oliver replied dryly that he was just reading without unnecessary emotions. Noticing the boy's adult behavior, Tiffany wondered why she didn't know that he could read. And the next question was a misunderstanding of why the boy did not tell her about this ability immediately, which she expressed aloud. At first, the aunt's question took the boy by surprise, but he quickly found an answer, saying that he just knows the letters and puts them into words. According to the book's events, Oliver had to learn to read and write while already in Winter Forest. Tiffany asked the boy to read aloud to assess his reading ability, but Oliver simply spun the newspaper in his hands, which aroused Tiffany's indignation. So she understood that he was deliberately delaying, and suddenly began to read that it was about the truth of George Richardson's death. This confused Tiffany more than anything, who was unprepared for the fact that such a delicate topic about the boy's father would be addressed in the newspaper. She asked the boy to stop fooling around and read normally, to which he replied that it was really written that way. The girl, still not believing that such gossip could be written in newspapers, asked Oliver for the publication. But as she delved deeper into her reading, Tiffany became convinced that the newspaper contained not only what he managed to express, but also many other gossip about the Richardson family, even about Colonel Thomas himself, whose noble origins the journalists questioned. The content of the newspaper greatly angered the girl, who began to lament that a child should not read such things, and to wonder what such a newspaper was doing in their compartment. Thomas explained that the reputation of this publication is indeed very dubious. However, many aristocrats read the newspaper, and therefore they are forced to buy it, and offer it for reading in those places where high society frequents. But Tiffany could not be stopped. She continued to swear, calling the newspaper a disgusting source of information that a child should not see. Thomas apologized and said that he had not seen anything wrong with the newspaper because everyone read it, and he promised that this would not happen again. Meanwhile, Tiffany pulled out a book of fairy tales for children from somewhere and handed it to the boy, saying that a child should read this type of literature. The given reading did not impress the precocious character of Oliver at all, where Tiffany almost guessed his thoughts that this book was not at all interesting to him. Realizing that the boy could only pretend to read, the girl promised to test him on his knowledge of the book's events, to which Oliver said he would read it. Well, the newspaper that Tiffany took from the boy lay crumpled next to the girl, where she could not deny to herself that she would be interested in finishing reading the gossip written in it. And now the girl's hand imperceptibly reached for the printed publication, where, a moment later, Tiffany was already enthusiastically reading that the dreams of the Duke of the Winter Forest were not destined to come true. Earl George was the eldest son of the Richardson family. He was popular with women, and everyone dreamed of marrying him, but he died in an accident. The new heir to the family was his younger brother Thomas, who was not the ideal candidate. Tiffany remembered that the obstacle was the contract for the construction of the railway with the royal family. In this world, railway construction began recently. The royal family granted very few contracts for railway construction. The struggle for the contract was very fierce, but one family managed to win this Cold War. The winner was Duke Richardson House in Winterwood, where the house was represented at the auction by the current Duke, Lord Julian Richardson. He acquired the right to build railways on the condition of marrying Princess Maria. Another condition of the contract was that the heir to the Duchy of Winterwood must be a blood relative of the royal family. However, Princess Maria died while giving birth to her son George, after which Evelyn, the princess's former lady-in-waiting, became Lord Julian's wife and gave birth to Thomas, where the latter is not related by blood to the royal family. Consequently, Oliver is the sole and last legitimate heir to the Duchy of Winterwood. Will the old Duke be happy about this? Will Thomas marry a representative of the royal family? Such questions swirled in the girl's head. She remembered that the second princess had a rather close relationship with Thomas, despite the fact that he always disappeared in the capital. Continuing to read the newspaper, Tiffany concluded that the plot of the article was very exciting. But suddenly, the newspaper was snatched from the girl's hands with a rather quick and skillful move. It was Oliver who reproached his aunt for reading what she had forbidden the boy to read herself. Tiffany had no choice but to say that she was an adult and was not forbidden to read such things. But the boy, without listening to her, ran away taking the newspaper with him, and the girl, in vain, kept telling the boy to come back and give her the newspaper she needed for her own investigation. Hearing the word investigation, Thomas was distracted from reading and became very interested in what kind of investigation the girl was conducting and what kind of information she needed. Embarrassed by her own carelessness in expression, Tiffany said that she just wanted to know how things were in Winter Forest, to which the man stated that only rumors that are not based on facts are written in those newspapers, and that cannot be trusted, and if a girl really wants to know something, it's best to ask him. When Tiffany asked about the frankness of his answers, Thomas assured the girl that he would be absolutely honest with her. Delighted, Tiffany asked the most important question that interested her. At what stage was the consideration of the issue of Thomas's marriage to the princess? The colonel clearly did not expect such a direct question and felt very embarrassed when he heard it. The girl, of course, also felt awkward about her question, especially when she saw the man's reaction to the man's counter-question about whether this was really being discussed in the newspaper. Tiffany replied affirmatively. After composing himself a little, Thomas replied that this information was not true at all, and it was being spread by an unreliable source. But the girl did not give up, saying that the man had to get married because of the railway construction contract, to which the man also replied negatively, citing the fact that he now has Oliver. The girl continued to insist on her point and argued that Thomas's marriage to the princess would save him from unnecessary rumors. According to the newspaper information, the current duke is already quite old, and even changing duchesses will not help him have new offspring. And his son Thomas has no intention of getting married and inheriting the ducal title. Therefore, when Thomas publicly refuses marriage, the old duke will have to find another candidate to marry the princess, where the closest single man and the first candidate is Daniel Morris, where Daniel will say that since Thomas refuses to marry, and George died, then the title of Duke of Winterwood should pass to him, to Daniel, where many placed their hopes on such an outcome. But everything changed when Oliver came to the Winter Forest. This boy was a direct obstacle for Daniel to take over the ducal title. If Thomas deviates from his plans and gets married, the entire royal family will become an enemy of Daniel. He cannot go against the king, which means the villain will try to get what he wants before something changes. Not in his favor. After all these thoughts, the girl raised her eyes and looked at Thomas. And the man wondered if Elizabeth really wanted him to be related to the royal family. He said aloud that the next king, judging by the current prince, would probably want his sister's son to acquire the ducal title. And Tiffany, recalling the events of the book, sadly concluded that there was no guarantee that Oliver would be happy with this. And then she realized that they were heading to the winter forest, not for the title, but to meet their relatives. Thomas listened silently to what the girl was saying, but his last words could not help but surprise the man, which was noticeable on his face. Tiffany realized that the colonel's embarrassed face looked very charming, but she didn't care if Oliver became the next duke. The main thing was that he could grow up in a calm environment. And Thomas suddenly said that Lady Elizabeth is a good aunt, and that she is unlikely to do as much for the boy as she does. Tiffany accepted the thanks with shame, recalling that the colonel sacrificed his life for this child. She said aloud that Mr. Thomas would be a wonderful uncle to the boy, which could not help but move the man, who expressed his gratitude for the opinion the girl had of him. After these words, that same awkward pause came in which people do not know what to say. Or do now. At that very moment, they were surprised by Oliver's return. Suddenly, he shouted with all his might at the man and the woman to stop this useless argument, since he himself can decide who his uncle will be, and his opinion on this matter is paramount. Tiffany began to encourage the boy to be polite, but Oliver could not calm down and directly accused Thomas of flirting with his aunt, which greatly embarrassed the man. The girl tried to somehow calm the situation, saying that it was not about flirting, but the boy stood firm and told the girl that she was lying, since he perfectly overheard that their conversation was about the wedding. Is this not an indicator of the beginning of their intimacy? Tiffany was quite tired of these claims, based on a misheard conversation, and literally hit the boy on the head, saying that, firstly, eavesdropping is not good, and secondly, it is none of his business who is going to marry whom. Already very heated by the emotions overwhelming her, the girl said that Oliver should be glad that his aunt was fine, and not complain, and in general, he and Mr. Thomas were talking about him, about Oliver, and not about each other. Seeing his aunt's reaction, the boy began to realize that he had made a mistake in his conclusion somewhere, and he said something under his breath, like an apology. And Tiffany, fully playing the role of a strict aunt, turned the conversation in another direction, and asked him if the boy had finished reading the book, to which he had nothing to answer, because the book was not finished. Then the girl invited Oliver to sit down and read the book aloud to her, no matter how much the boy wanted it. He still had to take the book and sit down. With a not very happy face, Oliver opened the book and began to read the fairy tale. The way Elizabeth's nephew knew how to read impressed Tiffany. The girl found that the only explanation for the boy's reading skills is that he is the main character of this novel, which means he should be able to do everything well. Before Oliver could finish reading one book, Tiffany had already pulled out the next. She was indescribably delighted with the way this boy read. Thomas simply watched this scene in silence, but soon he returned to reading the newspaper, from which he was distracted by Miss Elizabeth's claims that he should not fall into the hands of children. After the second book, the third book was not long in coming thanks to the efforts of the good aunt. Oliver had no choice but to take up and begin reading the third book. A bright full moon illuminated the movement of the train, carrying Tiffany and her companions to a new life. The girl did not feel very well and sat with her hands crossed over her stomach. Oliver does not know how he can help his aunt and was only trying to figure out what he could eat. But the girl could not remember what and when she ate. She thought that expensive food was completely useless, as her stomach hurt a lot. Simple food had never caused this to happen. Moreover, her thoughts were occupied by the impending assassination attempt, where she did not know exactly when this should happen, since the novel did not indicate the exact time. It only said that, during one of the meals, Tiffany knew that she had to be on guard every time she ate. And the boy, without ceasing to worry about his aunt's health, asked her if she had taken any medicine. The girl thanked Oliver for his care and said that she did not need medicine, because everything would be fine if she massaged the correct points on her palms. The boy expressed doubts about this treatment method, of which he had never heard, but the girl assured him that the method was extremely effective. Then Thomas came, who took the girl's hand in his and told her that she needed to press a little on another point. After placing his finger on the desired point, the man pressed. At that very moment, hellish pain shot through the girl's body. Screaming in pain, Tiffany abruptly pulled her hand out of the man's hands. Thomas, very surprised by the girl's reaction, apologized and assumed that he might have accidentally pressed on the wrong point. Tiffany said that the point is correct. It just doesn't hurt when there are no stomach problems. The man noted Mrs. Elizabeth's extensive knowledge of medicine, but the girl, laughing, replied that she actually knew almost nothing. To herself, she thought that she could hardly feel her hand after Thomas's pressure. Seeing that something was clearly wrong, the man again asked about the girl's condition. Tiffany decided that there was no point in frightening the man and that she should ask him to continue massaging her palm. Only she turned to Thomas and told him how much her arms had weakened. At that very moment, Oliver jumped between her and the man, shouting that he himself would help his aunt. The boy told Thomas that he could be free. Tiffany was very pleased with the way the boy took care of his aunt, but the boy's hands were too weak to give her a good massage. Very carefully, the girl drew the boy's attention, telling him that she was grateful for the help, but that he did not have enough strength. The boy, of course, was indignant even at such a cautious statement. So the girl had no choice but to pretend to faint, and Oliver had no choice but to give way to a stronger man. Thomas approached Tiffany and sat down next to her. Taking the girl's hand again, the man began to carefully massage her palm and softness. However, a few seconds later, Thomas, without releasing Tiffany's hand with one of his palms, began to tear off the glove from the second one with his teeth. The girl was extremely astonished by this action on the part of the aristocrat. The touch of the man's bare hand turned out to be very pleasant for the girl. She tried to thank him for his help, but Thomas said there was no need to thank him, because it was his fault for not bringing a doctor with him. And Oliver remained silent on the sidelines, offended, crossing his arms over his chest. A knock on the door attracted the attention of everyone in the compartment. Without looking up from the girl's hand, Thomas gave permission to enter. It was the guide who asked the colonel when to cook and serve dinner. Thomas was surprised at how quickly time had passed. He turned to Tiffany and asked if the girl could stand a full dinner. The girl thanked the man for his concern and replied that, of course, she could not stand such a dinner, and that she was only content with something liquid, like broth. Without even turning to the conductor and continuing to massage the girl's palm, Thomas said that dinner could be served, where broth had to be prepared and served for Miss Elizabeth. Having said that everything will be done and the dishes will be served as soon as possible, the conductor left. And Thomas, as if nothing had happened, continued to massage the girl's palm. Glancing sideways at the colonel, Tiffany realized that Thomas, a true aristocrat, did not even look in the direction of the conductor. The girl was again flooded with memories from the book, this time related to Thomas's character. The girl was convinced that this man was definitely different from all other aristocrats, but immediately noticed that Thomas somehow did not look much like the character familiar to her from the book. And again, all her thoughts ended with the fact that her main concern was Oliver, who definitely needed her. No matter in what world, this one or that one, she now lives only for this boy. She convinced herself that there was no point in getting used to this world, because she had a duty to fulfill, which threatened her with death. But Thomas did not stop massaging her palm. The massage was relaxing, and the girl's eyes gradually began to close. And so, after a couple more minutes, Tiffany was already fast asleep. After a while, a sumptuous dinner was served. While the manager made preparations, Thomas invited Tiffany to the table. Not yet fully recovered from sleep, the girl made it clear with a wave of her hand that she had heard the man's invitation, confusing Oliver with her actions. Heading to the table, Tiffany thought that she did not feel any strong feeling of hunger. The girl was very frightened when someone suddenly grabbed her dress. It was Oliver, whom the girl asked why he had grabbed her dress. The boy's face looked very tense, and his focused gaze was directed somewhere further ahead. Tiffany looked surprised at the strange expression on the boy's face, and Oliver watched how, under the hood of the first floor of the cart in which they delivered dinner, the conductor was looking for something. Seeing the object of the boy's attention, Tiffany also looked in the direction of the conductor. At that very moment, the conductor quickly stood up and turned towards the girl, and the others, with a rifle in his hand. Tiffany's reaction was appropriate, where she began to hide Oliver from the murderer, covering him with herself. The girl's sudden movement swept the plates and cutlery prepared for dinner off the table, and immediately after the sound of broken dishes, a gunshot was heard. Meanwhile, Thomas turned towards the murderer and pulled out his pistol. Realizing that there had been a mistake, the murderer hastily reloaded his rifle, trying to get ready before the colonel was ready to shoot him. And Tiffany, hiding the boy behind her, hid with him behind the ottoman on which she had recently slept so sweetly, feeling the hands of the man she liked. She tried mentally to assure herself that, based on the events of the book, nothing bad should happen now, and the murderer must now die at the hands of Thomas. However, if he wants there to be evidence that the murderer was manipulated by Daniel Morris, he should leave him alive. The girl's reasoning was interrupted by Oliver, who suddenly began to get up. Tiffany tried to stop him, saying it was dangerous, but the determined boy told his aunt to stay in cover. Oliver ran as fast as he could towards the murderer, and the conductor, who had already managed to reload the rifle, raised his weapon, aimed at the boy, and pulled the trigger, but instead of a shot, only a soft click was heard. The rifle misfired. Oliver, without stopping his movement, made a sharp hand movement towards the murderer, from which the latter dodged him. A table knife flashed in the boy's hand. The murderer guide, without wasting time playing with the rifle, pulled a blade from behind his back. A sword. He tried to attack the boy with it, but Oliver managed to dodge the blow. Thomas had aimed for a long time, but did not shoot for fear of hitting his nephew. Tiffany continued to sit on the floor, not understanding when the boy managed to grab the knife. Calling the boy a useless bastard, the murderer raised his hand again to attack. And this time, the blow hit its target. Oliver fell to the floor unconscious, dropping his weapon, with which he rushed to protect his aunt. Tiffany, not at all worried about her life, ran towards the boy with a cry. Checking if the boy was alive, she put his head in her hand, and the murderer had already raised his sword over her, preparing to bring it down on the girl and end her life. Realizing that this was the end, Tiffany covered her hand from the imminent death. But then a shot rang out, and the guide's hand movement with the sword was interrupted, where blood gushed from his hand and the weapon flew to the floor. Not directly, but tangentially, but the murderer's sword still hit its target, and it passed by Tiffany's hand. Thomas, who finally shot the murderer, drew attention to the girl's cry of pain. Tiffany grabbed her wounded hand, squeezing it convulsively and grimacing in pain. She looked at Oliver sitting next to her, who turned out not to have been hit by the sword blade, but by the hilt, and said that it was dangerous, just as she had said. The boy did not understand what was happening, and simply repeated the question of why his aunt did this. And Tiffany just looked at the boy, who was very moved by his aunt's actions. Thomas silently watched this scene of love from the sidelines. He was also very worried that the girl might be injured. The murderer, taking advantage of this pause, decided to try to escape. Holding his wounded hand, he ran out of the compartment with all his might, where he made a failed attempt that attracted Thomas's attention. Without any ceremony, the conductor escaped, pushing aside everyone who stood in his way. Thomas ran after him, gradually catching up. Choosing the right moment, the colonel stopped and fired. At that very moment, he heard Elizabeth's voice, who shouted that Thomas should not kill the conductor, since they needed him alive to find out the client's identity. Thomas, turning around, shouted that the girl should not be here and asked her to return to the compartment. But Tiffany shouted that it didn't matter, and drew the colonel's attention to the fact that the murderer was still trying to escape. Without even turning his head, Thomas raised his weapon, grabbing the pistol and shooting, this time hitting the murderer in the leg. This impressed the girl, both in the part where Thomas shot without looking, as in the part where he apparently did not listen to the girl at all, who said that the intruder should not be killed. Meanwhile, the murderer knelt down and did not move, but then stood up again, and continued his movement. Thomas raised his weapon again, without saying a word, and the murderer had to take just one step to find himself on an open platform from which he could jump off the train. The decision had to be made quickly, and Tiffany looked around for something that would prevent the murderer from escaping without killing him. A rather heavy pepper shaker caught her attention, which she decided to use as a weapon. The short swing and throw were not long in coming, and then the thrown object flew directly towards the target, which was the back of the neck of the murderer, who was trying to escape. The girl, delighted, realized that it was not for nothing that she attended the baseball section of her old world school for some time. The murderer, meanwhile, began to lose balance and fall sideways onto the door he had opened himself, and a moment later, he fell completely and disappeared. Tiffany ran and only managed to catch the moment when the legs of the conductor, who had fallen over the fence, disappeared into the darkness. Without saying a word, the girl looked sadly towards the distant place that had swallowed the guide. Thomas approached and found the girl in a strange state, where she was smiling for no reason. Tiffany turned to the man and asked if the guide had died, to which the man concluded that most likely yes. Without saying a word in response, the girl turned around and turned her gaze to the darkness rushing nearby, from which the branches of shrubs and trees protruded in some places. Thomas helped Tiffany return to the compartment, where she sat, holding her head in her hand, where thoughts could not subside, where the girl only thought about the fact that today she had become a murderer. And she tried to justify herself somehow, recalling that according to the plot of the novel, this man was supposed to die anyway. Oliver looked sadly at his aunt's condition and her hand, which was bandaged at the site of the wound. And suddenly he spoke, saying that it would be better if Elizabeth returned to her village. Such a statement distracted the girl from her dark thoughts, and she asked where the boy was sending her. And Oliver repeated that it would be better if his aunt returned to her village, because he did not want to go to the winter forest yet. Thomas, who clearly did not like this idea, also reacted to the statements of these boys. And Tiffany asked the boy about his future plans, to which he replied that he would continue his journey, since the aunt herself said that he should meet his grandparents. The boy's words were difficult for Tiffany's mind to process. Then she asked him why he made that scene at home, which is why she had to go with him, to which the boy cheerfully replied that he had now changed his mind. But the girl was quickly found out and said that she had also changed her mind now, and she wanted to go to the winter forest. The boy did not expect at all that they would use his own weapon against him, and Tiffany continued to play her role, pathetically declaring that she liked traveling on such a luxurious train, wearing expensive clothes and, in general, whenever she had the opportunity to live in luxury. Enraged that things were not going as he wanted, the boy found nothing better than to shout that his aunt had just been injured, and that she only thought about dresses and luxuries, to which Tiffany quickly replied, making a counter-question about how the boy himself went straight to the murderer without hesitation, which led Oliver to a complete dead end. Finally, Thomas found it necessary to intervene in this skirmish, where he supported the girl's words, and added that this time the boy was very lucky, and now Oliver's uncle and aunt were both scolding him together for his reckless behavior, where the aunt showed much more zeal and expressed everything about how a child should take care of his life. The adults' instructions continued for a long time, and in the end, the boy began to shout at them to stop these moral lessons. The boy said that he did not believe it could be dangerous, and that he was only trying to protect his aunt, and these words made the girl happy. After this, the boy added that he took his aunt with him for her convenience and not to expose her to danger. Such adult reasoning from the mouth of a 10-year-old boy had a strong effect on Tiffany, and after the word danger pronounced by the boy, she automatically felt her wounded hand. The girl perfectly understood that if she stayed with the boy, she would expose herself to much greater danger than she faced today. And suddenly, the idea struck her how the boy's life might have been if as soon as she woke up in this body, she immediately ran away, abandoning him. If she had done this, she would definitely have been able to escape the denouement that the pages of the novel had prepared for her. But everything is as it is now, where she chose a different path and stayed with Elizabeth's nephew. And all because it was a pity to leave him alone. She also felt sorry for herself, where she would also have been left completely alone in an unfamiliar world. But now, with the boy's proposal, she had the last chance to escape the consequences of her choice. Finishing her thoughts, Tiffany first looked at Oliver. Then she turned her gaze to Thomas, who, no less than the boy, was waiting to see what decision the girl would make. After which she lowered her eyes again and paused for a moment before beginning to speak. And she turned to Oliver, where she told him that the boy was right, which surprised him. And he clarified if his aunt was really returning to the village. However, the answer to his question was the word no, which again surprised the boy, since his aunt's position was now completely incomprehensible to him. Without making anyone else wait, Tiffany declared aloud that she would continue her journey to the winter forest, not as an aunt, but as Oliver's mother, recalling at the same time everything she had already experienced during this short journey, where she experienced the most joyful feelings thanks to the new and beautiful outfits. She experienced wild fear from being attacked and wounded. She put on the sweet but heavy shackles of affection. Of course, there was no certainty that she could change Elizabeth's fate, which did not mean that she could not try. What the girl found beautiful was that Thomas would also continue to live, and little Oliver would avoid terrible mental trauma from the loss of relatives and friends. The girl finished aloud, saying that she was now too attached to both men to go back anywhere. Astonished, Oliver asked the girl what she had just said, to which Tiffany replied that if problems arise in Winter Forest, it will be much easier to solve them if you have some kind of power in your hands, where the ant will not have much weight, unlike the Duchess's grandson's mother. Oliver was not at all pleased with his aunt's decision, since, in his opinion, such measures only further confirmed the danger of the journey, to which Tiffany innocently stated that Oliver and Thomas could protect her, which provoked a very strong reaction from the boy. Realizing that he could not persuade his aunt, Oliver turned to the colonel. He asked him to say at least something, and at the same time almost called him uncle, which made Tiffany laugh a lot, who noticed how the boy managed to say the first syllable, denoting the degree of kinship. Well, Thomas, whose reaction was expected by both the boy and the girl, stated easily and simply that what Miss Elizabeth had proposed was not such a bad plan. Clearly, this was not the answer Oliver expected from his uncle, whom he had already almost called uncle once. He used the main argument that supposedly would influence the colonel, saying that if his aunt presented herself as his mother, this would directly connect her with Thomas's brother. Tiffany also understood this, but she did not know what Thomas thought of her, whether he saw her as an object of future love, or if he simply treated her well because she raised Oliver. Well, Thomas suddenly asked the boy why he should worry that Elizabeth supposedly became his deceased brother's wife, to which the boy did not know what to answer, as he could not directly state that he suspected the presence of feelings between the colonel and his aunt. For a couple of minutes, the man sat and waited to see if Oliver could answer anything to his question. However, without waiting for an answer, he told the boy that, as Miss Elizabeth had said, they should protect her. After these words, the boy's stomach literally twisted, and Tiffany, worried about the boy on the outside, rejoiced on the inside because Thomas supported her. However, she told Oliver sitting on the chair that she did not know where he got so much from what he was talking about during the argument about leaving, but that she would not give him any more newspapers to read. Then Tiffany straightened up, raised her hand, and, in the tone of a meticulous teacher, said that the boy should try to call his mommy right now. Such a request greatly surprised Oliver, who was in no way prepared for it, and he refused to say anything like that. And in response to the girl's arguments that she needed to get used to being called mom so as not to accidentally make a mistake, he said that everything would be fine, just like that time when he already played the role of calling her mom. But Tiffany did not give up. She playfully approached the boy and declared that last time he did the homework very well. So, what prevents him from calling her mom now? The girl's game was interrupted by a bright blue glow that suddenly broke through the window of their spacious compartment. The astonished girl slowly turned to the window, where she saw snowy peaks, snow-covered trees, and snowflakes falling from the sky. Without hiding her emotions, Tiffany approached the window and called Oliver to look at the falling snow, to which the boy replied, without any enthusiasm, that he had already seen snow and was no longer interested. The girl was surprised that it does not snow in her village even in winter, but here it snows even in spring. Tiffany then declared that although the boy did not show emotions, he was seeing snow for the first time, which Oliver could not deny. Tiffany remembered how this episode is described in the novel, where the boy was so happy to see snow that he even blushed. Now, sitting opposite her, was a kind of direct opposite to the Oliver from the book. And then the girl realized that the boy was behaving with restraint, only because she, his Aunt Elizabeth, was here, which was not in the book's plot. Saying that the boy was very cute, she jumped towards him and began to run her hand through his hair, provoking a violent response from Oliver. Tiffany's actions were interrupted by Thomas's voice, announcing that they had reached their destination. On the one hand, it seemed that the local station was no different from the one from which they began their journey. However, there was still one difference, and it was that everything around was covered in snow, emitting a bluish glow. Not having had time to spend even a few minutes in local conditions, Tiffany, sneezing loudly, concluded that the local climate definitely did not please her. And then she thought about whether she could survive in these foreign lands. The girl was distracted from these sad thoughts by Thomas's call, who invited Miss Elizabeth to follow him. Approaching the man, Tiffany wondered how they could get to the estate with so many things, to which Thomas explained that before leaving, he sent a telegram and that a carriage would arrive at any moment. While the girl noticed the existence of telegrams in this world for herself, and drawing a parallel with her world of mobile communications and the internet, the colonel moved forward, and again invited his companions to follow him. From the outside, the train station looked much more impressive than the one from which the heroes began their journey. Stopping abruptly, Thomas noticed that, contrary to his expectations, the crew was already there. And indeed, right outside the door there was a luxurious carriage, next to which stood a man beckoning the colonel. He shouted to the young duke to approach him, but the colonel could not recognize his face. However, as he got closer, the man recognized the head groom of his family, who told those approaching that the Duke and Duchess were eagerly awaiting them, to which Thomas affirmed that they had arrived on time and had no reason to express their impatience. Here the man who met the travelers drew attention to Oliver, who was behind him. He immediately asked the boy who he was and noticed his surprising resemblance to his late father George, but immediately, realizing the man who greeted them, after apologizing for his rudeness, introduced himself as Jimmy, the head groom of the Richardson family. In response, the boy replied without much enthusiasm that he was pleased to meet you, and Tiffany realized that this man was very kind and open, and had probably served this family for a long time. Moreover, the girl noticed that she did not remember the boyfriend from the book at all, where, however, she did not pay special attention to such secondary characters. Meanwhile, Jimmy directed his attention to Tiffany and asked what kind of beautiful girl accompanied the boy. And the colonel, since the first impression was very important, Tiffany, adopting the most open pose, said in a soft voice that her name was Elizabeth Rhodey and that she was the boy's mother. At this point, the meeting of the travelers and the first acquaintance ended, and soon Thomas, Oliver, and Tiffany had already arrived at the estate of the Duchy of Winter Forest. Moving towards the castle, Tiffany mentally concluded that they had arrived at the battlefield, where her own life was at stake. At the entrance, they were greeted by servants who, after asking about the well-being of the journey, as etiquette demanded, they said that they would now accompany the guests inside. Upon entering, Tiffany thought that the local landscapes could very well be to her liking. Thinking that the winter forest lived up to its name, the girl did not notice that she was closely examining Thomas's face, which immediately provoked the corresponding reaction in the form of a question about what was wrong with his face, to which Tiffany replied that the man's face was fine and that she was only admiring his beauty. This answer made a very strong impression on the colonel, where he could not find a single word of response. Seeing how embarrassed her interlocutor was, Tiffany hurried to say that she only said it as a joke. At the same time, she thought to herself that the man's reaction seemed very cute. And so, Tiffany and her companions found themselves inside a spacious room, where they were greeted by the former lady-in-waiting of Princess Maria, Thomas's mother, and the current Duchess of Winterwood, Evelyn Richardson. After the death of Princess Maria, it was necessary to find someone who could raise George as her own son, and the princess's closest maid was the first contender. Duke Julian fell in love with Evelyn with all his heart and did not hesitate to propose marriage. Of course, this situation caused a lot of talk about whether the death of Princess Maria was fake. Standing in front of the welcoming Duchess, Thomas informed his mother about the arrival of the heir to the duchy, Oliver with his mother Elizabeth, to which Duchess Evelyn replied that she was already aware and invited the guests to change clothes and proceed to the table. While the maids prepared Tiffany for the feast, the girl reasoned and concluded that she would not be able to eat much, because most likely she would face a detailed interrogation from members of the Richardson family. At the same time, it was necessary to take into account the preferences of the Duchess, who in turn devoted more time to George. For some reason, Evelyn gave her own son Thomas to a nanny to raise. Tiffany's hands were literally trembling from the flow of thoughts and nervous tension before the difficult conversation ahead. She prayed to the Almighty to help her survive all these trials and complete this sudden story positively. Soon all preparations were completed, and the entire family, in its new composition, met at the table for the first time. The Duchess was the first to initiate the conversation, expressing her admiration for Elizabeth for having raised and single-handedly raised a girl, and also offered to talk about the girl's family. But Tiffany replied with gratitude for her attention and the stories about how her parents passed away prematurely. And the girl finished her story by saying that Oliver was the only relative left. The Duchess was very moved by the girl's story, where she immediately expressed her sympathy for the current circumstances. However, Tiffany cheerfully reassured the woman by telling her that she was coping well with her responsibilities as a mother. At the same time, Tiffany, automatically looking at Thomas, thought that the Duchess was somehow too kind and affectionate and that she should not behave this way if we recall the events of the novel. And Evelyn, taking a sip from her glass, continued talking, where this time she expressed her joy at the fact that, thanks to Elizabeth, Princess Maria's lineage continues. And to the Duchess's question of whether the girl was an aristocrat, Tiffany replied that only up to her father's generation. The woman's next question was about Elizabeth's eyes, where the Duchess was interested to know whose eyes she inherited such an unusual color from. To which Tiffany replied that she got this eye color not from her parents, but one generation later, from her grandmother, which immediately raised the question of what kind of family Elizabeth's grandmother was from. But the witty Tiffany replied that she knew practically nothing about the life and family of her grandmother, after which the Duchess once again admired the color of the girl's eyes, saying that this color is very rare. Tiffany could not stop being surprised by the strange behavior of the Duchess, which was completely incompatible with the events of the book. But suddenly, Evelyn expressed that it would be great if Elizabeth's son inherited this eye color. Tiffany almost choked on a piece of meat from what she heard. After all, Oliver looked exactly like his father George, which should have pleased the Duchess above all else. But her statement about the preference for resemblance to Elizabeth directly indicated that something definitely did not go according to plan in this story. The Duke, who was sitting at the table, did not utter a single word the entire time. Tiffany remembered that the Duke's name did not appear very often in the novel, and that now, apparently, he was not very interested in his new relative. Throughout the entire story, the Duke's attention was directed exclusively at his new wife Evelyn. But then Tiffany remembered the Colonel's words, who said that the Duke was eagerly awaiting the arrival of his grandson. And looking at the boy, the girl thought that now Oliver was probably very disappointed with this reception. And then the Duchess turned to the boy and asked if his name had been told correctly. Oliver, to which the boy replied that his name was indeed so, calling the Duchess grandma. Then the woman asked him if he liked the food, to which she explained that she didn't know what little boys liked, but she told the cooks to prepare the best. But Oliver, for some reason, was in no hurry to answer the question, thereby provoking a storm of emotions in Tiffany, who mentally tried to tell him that the boy should not ignore the Duchess. And finally, Oliver said that it was the first time in his life that he tasted such delicious food, which relieved the girl sitting next to him. Evelyn was also pleased with the answer and asked what food Oliver liked best, to which the boy immediately replied that it was chocolate sponge cake with apricot jam. Delighted with this answer, the Duchess said that her chef came from those places where baking was popular, and that tomorrow she would prepare this cake. And Tiffany realized that this dessert was very exquisite, and she had never seen or tasted it in the village where she lived with Oliver for a month. From which, the girl concluded that the boy went to the pastry shop with Thomas in secret, and was very angry that they did not invite her. But the Duchess's speech sharply distracted her from her thoughts about sweets, where Evelyn addressed her son with a question about when he plans to return to duty. At the same time, it was visible to the naked eye how worried the woman was in her hands, which caused great surprise to Tiffany. Meanwhile, Thomas, in response to his mother's question, explained that because he had accumulated a lot of vacation days, he decided to spend some time in his native nest. The Duchess's next words, that in this case she could accompany Elizabeth and her son to the capital, literally surprised the girl. Evelyn explained that Oliver has royal blood in his veins, and therefore they are obliged to present him to the royal family. Tiffany continued to think that, according to the novel's events, everything happened differently, and the conversation about presenting to the royal family did not arise until Oliver had a defender in the person of his uncle. And then, the Duchess expressed something that almost caused an attack on the girl, where the woman said that, for a trip to the capital, she would have to choose the right clothes. At that very moment, Tiffany remembered all the horrors of the fitting when choosing clothes for herself, accompanied by Thomas and Oliver, and the girl immediately reported that she had more than enough clothes, which the Colonel kindly gave her. Surprised by this address to Thomas, the Duchess asked who told the girl to call her son this way. Confused by such a comment, Tiffany said that it was her personal choice where she could address a man in a less formal way, since she had the corresponding permission from him. To which Evelyn pointed out that this is the only way a girl should act, because now they are all a full-fledged family. The Duchess directed her next comment to her son, reproaching him that, after buying clothes, he left the beautiful lady completely without jewelry, and also saying offendedly that this is not what she taught him, and that she is very disappointed in him. Tiffany, feeling extremely uncomfortable in this situation, tried to smooth over the situation somehow. But suddenly, the Duchess said that all this was not important, since in any case, Elizabeth should choose an image that corresponds to the status of her family, and the woman would personally choose the jewelry. The girl was beside herself with surprise at the statement, and she did not know at all what to say in response, emitting some isolated sounds that were not connected by logic or meaning. At the end of dinner, Thomas, Oliver, and Tiffany toured the long and luxuriously furnished halls of the estate. Walking behind everyone, Tiffany noticed how well-built Thomas was, where even his gait showed strict aristocratic upbringing. The girl came to the conclusion that the Duchess and her son had a quite similar character. And then she drew attention to one of the portraits hanging on the hallway wall. Tiffany stopped and looked with interest at the beautiful female face of the girl depicted in the picture. Addressing Thomas, the girl asked him whose portrait was depicted in this image, to which the colonel replied that it was a portrait of his brother George's own mother, Princess Maria. Tiffany noted with amazement that Oliver looked very much like this girl. And suddenly, the girl looked closer at the princess's eyes, where she discovered that their color matched the color of her eyes. After which, she immediately remembered the lament expressed by the Duchess that Elizabeth's son had not inherited his mother's eye color. All this suggested that Evelyn did not love George and would not love Oliver, as she was only interested in the princess's pedigree. Soon, the company found themselves in the desired part of the estate, where Thomas told Oliver to follow one of the servants, who would show the boy his room. And when the colonel was alone with Elizabeth, he pointed to one of the doors and said that Miss Rhodey could use this room. This was a great relief for the girl, who dreamed of finally resting in peace and tranquility. But her attention was suddenly drawn to how Thomas, instead of going to his room, suddenly sat down on one of the sofas in the common room. With an imperious hand gesture, he signaled the servants nearby, and at the same moment, one of the maids rushed to him, carrying a teapot and cups. While the girl arranged the utensils for drinking tea, it was impossible not to notice how worried she was. For Tiffany, the maid's reaction to being near Thomas was surprising and stimulating, but the colonel did not allow the girl to finish her thoughts with his offer to sit down and join the tea party, where he immediately continued by saying that he stayed for a reason. But he wanted to discuss a very important topic with the girl regarding jewelry, which his mother mentioned at dinner. Not yet fully grasping the meaning of what the colonel said, the girl suggested that perhaps she should refuse the Duchess's offer. But Thomas said that this is not the case at all, but that he really should have taken care of the decorations for Elizabeth in advance, where he recalls the words he said to Oliver in the village, that he would like to have many decorations. From what she heard, the girl almost dropped her teacup, and then began to convince the man that everything was fine, that she was only joking, and would gratefully accept the Duchess's gift. However, the colonel said that his mother would undoubtedly give the girl something very valuable, but this did not relieve him of the duty to provide Elizabeth with jewelry for daily use. Tiffany tried to convince Thomas that the Duchess's gift would be enough for her, but the man remained firm and said that it was completely ridiculous that someone from his duchy had only one set of jewelry. After which, he promised the girl that he would do his best and choose the best jewelry in every color for her. Then, the girl literally jumped from her seat and said that if a man gives her at least one set, considering the Duchess's gift, it will already be a lot. However, Thomas, again using a gesture of disagreement, again said that only 2 sets of jewelry at the girl's disposal is ridiculous. Stunned, Tiffany sat down and confusingly asked the colonel how many jewels he thought she needed. Having figured something out in his mind, Thomas said that if the jewelry is changed at least 3 times a day, the girl needs to have at least 1,000 sets. Tiffany's reaction to such a statement was more than violent, which could be seen in the speechless facial expressions on her face. The man added that such an amount of jewelry can also be perceived as a reserve fund for a rainy day. Thinking that it was not very good to sell gifts, Tiffany loudly asked why such a supply was needed. But such a question clearly left her interlocutor in a state of stupor. Not receiving an answer, the girl said that she did not need so many jewels and had no intention of selling gifts. The intention to keep her gifts greatly surprised the colonel, and Tiffany asked why he was so surprised, to which the man replied that he was simply very happy that Elizabeth planned to keep his gifts. Now it was the girl's turn to be surprised by her interlocutor's words. Meanwhile, the man explained that he does not attach much importance to gifts, and he is always surprised how scrupulously his army comrades choose gifts for the girls they date. But now, having heard the girl's intention to keep his gifts, he finally understood the feeling that a man courting a girl experiences. The maids nearby were stunned by what they heard. Tiffany experienced no less horror when thinking about what this man was saying in front of everyone. Looking at the simple expression on Thomas's face, Tiffany thought that he was actually indifferent to her. It was just the specificity and manner of communication of the man that caused such statements, similar to those that had already occurred. And among the maids, rumors had already begun that George was not enough for this new lover. Now he had switched to Thomas, and Tiffany could only regretfully note that rumors arise so absurdly. Already in a noticeably annoyed voice, Tiffany said that this whole situation is a heavy burden for her, and that she really does not need so many jewels, and that she can manage with just the Duchess's gift. Realizing that she had clearly overdone it with attention, Thomas asked the girl to accept at least 2 sets from him. No longer knowing how to defend herself from the colonel's insistence, the girl again said that she did not need jewelry, but the man interrupted her, telling her that she needed at least such a small amount of jewelry, and that he would not offer her more. Tiffany mentally concluded that the man was particularly persistent. Exhaling heavily, which meant total surrender, the girl said that she was ready to accept the man's last offer, stating that the jewelry would be chosen for them in the very near future. Thomas finally retreated to his room, leaving the girl alone. Very tired from today's eventful day, Tiffany collapsed onto the bed and soon fell asleep. 2 huge black penguins with the hairstyles of the Duchess and her son reproached the little penguin that all available money was provided exclusively in the form of stones. Precious. It was a nightmare for Tiffany, whose subconscious was marked by conversations about jewelry. The gray-haired man, gracefully adjusting his clothes, introduced himself as Martin, the butler of the Richardson family. Having said that she can contact him if she has any questions, the man introduced Elizabeth to the candidates for the position of her personal maid, where Martin pointed out that since Miss Elizabeth arrived from the South, for the position of domestic employee, candidates living in provinces were selected, which, however, did not detract from their abilities. Tiffany understood that she could not understand anything about these girls just by looking at them, and decided to choose according to this principle, that the maid should be the girl whose appearance was least unpleasant. Before she could point to a dark-haired girl with pigtails, she immediately bowed and said that she would be happy to serve her mistress, after which she introduced herself, called herself Lori, and said that the lady made the right choice. Soon Tiffany and her new friend were already in the room, where the girl cheerfully asked the Elizabeth if she wanted tea prepared for her, to which Tiffany refused, but instead invited Lori to sit down, as she had questions for her. The girl was very surprised by such a strange first request from her new mistress. Politely asking for forgiveness, the maid accepted Tiffany's offer and sat down opposite her. And Tiffany's first question was whether the maids were afraid of the Duchess's son, Colonel Thomas. Lori did not fully understand the question and asked to clarify what her mistress wanted to know. And Tiffany explained that yesterday she felt a little embarrassed by the maid's behavior. While serving tea, the girl trembled all over, as if she was very afraid of the man. But the girl immediately added that if this caused any inconvenience, Lori might not answer the posed question. However, the maid said that she did not mind answering at all, that she was just trying to find the right words. And so, having found the right words, Lori said that Sir Thomas is not the type of person with whom servants should deal, because most of the maids were fired by him, so the rest are simply trying to keep their place. Such a statement, of course, surprised the girl, and she asked how bad things were in the gentleman's character. But the girl immediately corrected herself by saying that she had presented the information incorrectly, and that, in fact, the colonel was a very good person. And she began to explain everything to him from the beginning, saying that Mr. George was very handsome, and that royal blood ran in his veins. But Thomas was not deprived of beauty at all, although he was not a follower of the royal lineage, and he was also a little rude. Tiffany realized that her maid was absolutely right in noticing both the rudeness and the beauty of the man. And Lori continued the story, explaining that many maids, to improve their status, tried to flirt with Mr. Thomas, which the man did not like at all and without regret, fired all the slutty maids. His half-brother George behaved in the opposite way to Thomas. As years went by, the facts became surrounded by rumors. Moreover, the colonel rarely visited the estate and spent a lot of time in his regiment. So now everyone believes that he is capable of kicking out servants for the slightest offense. Now Tiffany understood why the maids trembled so much in front of Thomas, who was also quite strict. The girl reproached herself for doubting Thomas's integrity, without thinking that he treated servants badly. Here Tiffany had a new question about how such a young girl knew about events from many years ago. To which Lori explained that her mother works in the estate's kitchen, so Lori herself has lived here since childhood. She has heard and knows all the rumors and stories. After which, she added that her age would in no way prevent her from fulfilling her duties as the mistress's maid. Concluding her story, the girl proudly stated that she was chosen as a candidate only because she was very intelligent and witty despite her age. Realizing that this girl was very kind, Tiffany said aloud that, apparently, she was not mistaken in choosing a maid, to which Lori shouted with joy and said that Mrs. Elizabeth could always count on her. Life at the Winter Forest estate went on as usual, where Oliver's education began. Where he was taught music, the literature teacher admired how well the boy understood the most complex works. The gray-haired history teacher had long been impatiently noticing that Oliver seemed to already know the subject. The foreign language teacher also spoke about the boy's incredible mental abilities. For Tiffany, this situation was another oddity, since, according to the novel's events, Oliver never showed signs of genius. The original Oliver could not keep up with such a large flow of information, and it was very difficult for him to engage in such an unusual pace of life. And his uncle did not understand that it was difficult for a child to join the life of a nobleman from ordinary life, stating that he simply needed to try harder. The Thomas from the book tried in some way to instruct, to teach the boy to cope with all difficulties, but the villain Daniel did not miss every opportunity to criticize the boy, regularly stating that Oliver was not even capable of understanding the basics. Of course, Thomas stood up to defend the heir to the duchy at every turn. Thoughts about why today's Oliver is so different from the original did not give the girl peace. Tiffany turned to her nephew sitting nearby and asked if the boy was coping with his studies, since many things had fallen upon him, to which the boy replied very rudely that his aunt should not care whether he could cope or not. This reaction from the boy greatly surprised and annoyed the girl, but she continued her mental investigation, concluding that the only thing consistent with the original plot was that Oliver first lived with his aunt in the village, and then went with Thomas, who appeared in the Duchy of Winter Forest. Otherwise, there is no trace left of the real Oliver from the novel. And suddenly, the idea struck Tiffany that she somehow ended up in this body after death. Could it be that Elizabeth's nephew's body is no longer Oliver, but some other person? But then his actions became incomprehensible, where, if this man understands where he is, then for what purpose did he stay with his completely useless aunt and isolate himself from his most powerful ally? Thomas, Tiffany did not know how to prove this hypothesis, since asking directly would be the height of human stupidity. Here the girl realized that the behavior of other characters in the novel, for example, the Duchess and Thomas, also differed from the originals, so perhaps the girl's conclusions were hasty. And everything that is happening now is simply a consequence of the plot changes that she herself made, by changing Elizabeth's behavior. After thinking a little more, Tiffany decided to put aside all such thoughts for the time being, because the basic plot has not changed much, which means we must focus on the actions of the main villain, Daniel. Then Oliver unexpectedly turned to her and asked what her aunt was doing, to which Tiffany calmly replied that she was knitting. The thing is that Oliver was constantly busy with his studies and attended classes. In this regard, Tiffany had a lot of free time which she spent completely alone. Elizabeth, fond of the novel, read philosophical books, which really did not attract Tiffany, and then she decided to recall what she had learned a long time ago during labor lessons in high school. It is true that Tiffany's knitting was very, very mediocre. After observing the process for a while, Oliver said that her aunt needed to try hard to succeed, and the girl tried to justify herself by saying that she was knitting for the first time in her life. That's why everything was going so badly for her so far. To which the boy said that there was nothing wrong with that, since the main thing is that the activity is pleasant. When left alone, Tiffany thought that now she would probably completely lose the boy's respect. And at this rate, she would soon be alone forever. It was necessary to act immediately, and the girl, inviting Lori, asked if she knitted well. And so, under the strict guidance of her young maid, Tiffany began to learn to knit normally. After trying hard, Tiffany sat down and looked at what she finally came up with. And when Lori was asked how she found her work, the young woman enthusiastically stated that the lady did a great job. Standing in front of the mirror, Tiffany, not ceasing to admire what she had done, decided to give this scarf to Oliver. And then the idea occurred to her to be able to knit another identical scarf for herself and wear it along with her nephew. All that remains is to find out if the boy will like the scarf, and also if his aunt will have the same scarf. However, the doubts were short-lived, and now Tiffany sat down to create a second scarf. But at that moment, someone knocked on the door. The maid entered and reported that the Duchess was looking for Miss Elizabeth. The girl was a little surprised and worried by this news. But without making the Duchess wait, she headed towards her. The diamonds of the jewelry shone with all the colors, giving the impression that the stones had some kind of internal lighting. And Tiffany was in a state of stupor, listening to the Duchess's words that the girl accepted her gift. Martin immediately inserted his word, saying that the diamond's mind and the Duchy's minds are famous throughout the kingdom. Looking at the Duchess fearfully, Tiffany could not believe that such an expensive gift was being presented to her, and she tried to say something in response. But Evelyn calmly said that there was no need to worry, but simply accept this gift. And immediately, the Duchess gave instructions for the servants to help Elizabeth put on the jewelry, which was instantly fulfilled, and Tiffany could feel the full weight of the precious stones on her neck. Meanwhile, Evelyn assessed how the jewelry looked on the girl and declared that everything looked very nice. And Tiffany thought that if she went out in such jewelry, she would definitely attract the attention of the entire public, which she could not afford, as she did not want to stand out at all. The girl did not want to accept this gift at all. However, from her experience of communicating with members of the Richardson family, she had long since reached a conclusion. No matter what words they are told, they do not listen to any of them. Returning to her room with the box containing the jewelry, Tiffany began to move nervously from corner to corner, thinking what to do. And the first thought was that she could not allow these jewels to be stolen. But then she was surprised to think that she was beginning to behave exactly as the real Elizabeth would have behaved. And putting aside thoughts about the jewel, she returned to knitting. But the idea that if she lost the jewels, she would never pay for them came back again and again, making the girl very nervous. After some time, Thomas returned to the estate, having been absent for some time, where Tiffany did not know the reasons for his absence. But despite this, the girl realized that she was very happy to see this man. The man looked very tired, with beads of sweat slowly running down his face. Lori, seeing the breathless gentleman, immediately ran to him with a glass of water. Thomas, without saying a word, downed his glass with pleasure and swallowed. But then, his tired gaze suddenly noticed a box nearby, and Thomas immediately asked the girl what it was, to which the girl replied distractedly that it was a gift from her mother, the Duchess. After these words, the man said annoyed that he was late, and that he was now one step behind his mother. And when Tiffany asked him why he thought so, Thomas explained that he also wanted to give the girl a gift, and immediately took a small box out of his inner pocket, which he handed to the girl. Only now did the girl realize why the man had not been at the estate for so long. She was extremely pleased with such attention from Thomas and blushed deeply. Without accepting the box, Tiffany shamefully repeated that she was extremely grateful to the man for the attention and the care he showed her, and the colonel remained annoyed, saying that he was still late, since the first gift is always remembered, to which Tiffany replied that it doesn't matter who was first, because it's not about presenting an engagement ring, with which the man generally agreed and even smiled a little, saying that there was indeed no wedding ring in the box. Finally, the girl took the box, which was accompanied by the man's request to continue accepting this modest gift. She understood that the man was in a hurry. He wanted to be the first to present her with the gift he had bought especially for her, and so the girl was very interested in what was inside. But before she had time to open and see the contents of the box, the main door suddenly opened, and at the same moment, the room was filled with many people who brought boxes with them and placed them everywhere. And when the boxes were opened, Tiffany was simply speechless, because each contained incredible jewels. When the girl asked if Thomas remembered that the agreement was only for 2 sets, the man replied affirmatively, but he explained that he had no idea about the girl's preferences, so he took several to choose from. Then, Tiffany asked why one jewel was presented separately, to which Thomas immediately replied that he wanted to give this jewel to the girl in any case, regardless of her further choice. Without waiting for the girl to decide to open the box, he helped her and said that there was a pendant with a very rare diamond. It was very difficult to find and is an exact copy of Elizabeth's eye color. The girl was fascinated by the sophistication and beauty of the precious stone and could not take her eyes off it. And Thomas asked to try on these jewels right now because while riding here on horseback, he only thought about how the girl would look in them. Such frankness and straightforwardness from the man greatly touched the girl. Taking off his gloves, the colonel offered Elizabeth his help in trying on the jewels, to which Tiffany nodded silently, turning her back to the man and making her neck available to him. And when Thomas got down to business, the girl was surprised to think that she was experiencing a strong feeling of shame. And so the process of putting on the clasp began, where from the beginning the man had some problems. Tiffany invited Thomas to give her the chance to wear the jewelry herself, to which she received a decisive refusal. Then she argued her position by saying that she would manage much faster if she simply turned the clasp towards her face. But this did not bring a positive result, and Thomas again said that he was quite capable of managing on his own. And so, after a few agonizing minutes, the colonel managed to make the clasp, after which he apologized to Elizabeth and told her that he would train. While Tiffany admired how decisive this man was, Lori had already brought a mirror. But instead of looking at herself in the mirror, Tiffany suddenly asked the maid how this jewelry looked on her. The young woman, a little embarrassed, modestly replied that the decoration suited her mistress perfectly. And finally, Tiffany decided to check for herself, paying attention to her reflection in the mirror. Having admired herself quite a bit, the girl turned to Thomas and wholeheartedly thanked him for such a beautiful gift. Taking advantage of Elizabeth's favor, the man invited her to try on a bracelet as well, where he emphasized that he would also help the girl put it on. There were no objections, and the girl began to expose her left wrist, which horrified the man. The colonel's reaction seemed very strange to Tiffany, and she asked what was wrong. And Thomas drew her attention to the scar she received on her hand after the train attack, to which the girl proudly stated that she was used to scratches, mentally recalling her injuries from falls in the baseball section. While putting on the bracelet, the colonel apologized for not being able to protect the girl on the train, to which Tiffany replied that the man was not at all at fault for this incident. After which, Thomas said that now the girl is always under his complete protection. And only now, when Lori shrieked, saying that it sounded like a declaration of love, Tiffany remembered that she and the man were not alone in the room. She immediately began to speak quickly about how the man should really take care of her until her wound finally heals. And nothing more. After which the girl realized the time, remembered the man's fatigue from the journey, and literally began to push him out of the room. But Thomas declared surprised and swore that he felt very well and was not tired at all. So Tiffany had no choice but to start talking about how tired she was, which even made her feel a little dizzy, which of course worked. And the polite man said that in this case, the girl should rest, and he retired to his room. Suddenly, Tiffany had the idea that somehow it would be wrong to leave to Thomas without thanking him in any way for his attention. After looking around, she called the man, stopped his movement and forced him to turn around, after which Tiffany asked to accept this modest gift from her, handing Thomas a scarf she had recently knitted. Such attention from the girl completely disheartened the colonel, who did not know what to say. He silently accepted the scarf from the girl's hands, and she thought that since she had given her scarf to the man, she should knit another one. And then she, Oliver, and Thomas would wear the same scarves, which would look very cute. However, after a couple of minutes, Thomas's silence began to worry the girl. It even occurred to her that wearing scarves was perhaps no longer fashionable. The colonel carefully ran his hand over the fibers of his new garment. And so, after some time since the gift was presented, he asked if he could really keep this scarf, to which he instantly received a positive answer from the girl. Expressing her sincere gratitude, Thomas pressed the gift to his chest, which made his true meaning clear to the man. In response, Tiffany said that there was no need to thank him, since she was grateful to the man for the gifts, and wished him a good night. Already leaving the room, the colonel responded with a reciprocal wish to Elizabeth. The man had been gone for a long time, but Tiffany was still standing and looking in the direction where he was out of sight. The young woman was distracted from this pleasant state by her young maid, who, pointing to the boxes with adornments, asked what to do with them now. Even not knowing what to do with all this bounty now, Tiffany told Lori to close the boxes and hide these jewels securely, since today she definitely could not make a decision about their future fate. The next day, Tiffany showed all of Thomas's offerings to Oliver, who, after examining the valuables, asked her if her aunt needed to choose one of them, to which the girl replied affirmatively, also adding that even if she chooses one thing and tries to return the rest, Thomas most likely will not accept anything in return. The boy's next statement greatly surprised the girl, where Oliver said that he saw no problem, since his aunt could simply keep all these jewels. Then he added that the jewels can be saved for all sorts of unforeseen circumstances, for a rainy day. Of course, such a statement from a 10-year-old boy greatly surprised the girl, and moreover, his line of thinking was absolutely similar to Thomas's line of thinking. After composing herself a little, Tiffany said that she saw nothing good in selling someone's gifts, where, as an example, she put a situation where she would decide to sell Oliver's gift, to which the boy said that of course it would be unpleasant for him, after which the girl, without addressing anyone, expressed that she was fully aware of the strangeness of her beliefs. Then, sitting next to the boy, Tiffany said that Thomas spends so much money on her only because she is Oliver's relative, and if she accepts all his gifts now, it turns out that, in a way, she is selling the boy. To which the boy asked if his aunt was serious now, where Tiffany, of course, confirmed what she said with all seriousness, because greed has always ruined people. And the girl also realized that after everything was over, she would have to find her own way in this world. Therefore, it is not worth getting used to a luxurious life, because when she returns home, she will no longer be able to cope with ordinary life. Oliver silently watched the thought process, the presence of which was revealed by the changing facial expressions of his aunt. And then someone knocked on the door, where a male voice announced that he had come to pick up the young master for his next lesson. Tiffany was a little sad, because Oliver was going to leave her again. The boy who suddenly left said that his aunt was now also part of the winter forest, and that she should learn to live the life of an aristocrat. These words simply astonished the girl, who had never expected to hear such conclusions from a 10-year-old boy. And before finally leaving the high room, Oliver turned around and told the girl that if she could not return to her old life, then she should start getting used to the new one. This sounded very meaningful and surprised Tiffany even more. She wanted to stop the boy, but he, closing the door, told the girl to think carefully about his words. The door closed, and Tiffany was left completely alone, completely unaware of what had just happened here. Lori walked down one of the long corridors of the estate. In her hands was a delivery with a set for the tea ceremony. Suddenly, she came across Oliver, who was walking sadly to his next lesson. He walked past the girl without saying a single word and without paying her any attention. Tiffany sat there, dismayed by the boy's statements and wondering what he meant. Lori, who approached behind her, greatly frightened her with the question of whether the mistress was worried about the young master, to which Tiffany, turning around, replied not at all, and the maid apologized for startling the girl. While serving tea, Lori noticed that Oliver looked very much like his father, and was surprised by the resemblance every time she saw him. However, the girl's next comment was that the young gentleman's character resembled his uncle more. Sir Thomas, cold and uncommunicative, while she heard from George that when he was a child he was very capricious, and he cried a lot. And then Lori noticed that only Oliver and Thomas showed warmth and care, which was surprising to Tiffany, and she expressed her doubts about this matter. But the maid objected, saying that the girl had not yet seen how cold both gentlemen could be. Tiffany thought this might refer to Thomas, but not to Oliver, a kind boy. And well, the girl suggested that both gentlemen were simply shy, but such an assumption did not greatly attract the too astute maid. Changing the subject, Lori, having received permission from her mistress, asked if there was a romantic relationship between her and Thomas, which of course greatly amused Tiffany. However, without thinking for long, the girl replied that there was no relationship between her and the Duchess's son, and there never had been, since she was, in the first place, her late brother's wife, to which Lori replied that she thought of a personal relationship because the colonel was very affectionate towards Elizabeth. But Tiffany had her own opinion on this matter, and she believed that Thomas was simply fulfilling his duty to his nephew. She sadly observed that even the Duke, who was completely detached from everyone, treated the woman he loved with fear. Lori continued to talk about the reasons why she decided that there was something between her mistress And Thomas, completing her thought with the expressed assumption that perhaps one of them suffered from unrequited love, to which Tiffany said that Thomas simply has a strong sense of responsibility. And nothing more. Immediately, taking the opportunity, the girl asked her maid to explain this to anyone who might misunderstand the existence of a relationship between her and the Duchess's son. And Laurie, of course, said that she would help her mistress. Tiffany was already convinced that incorrect rumors had probably already spread throughout the property. At the same time, the girl also noticed that Thomas could probably become the ideal husband, considering how sympathetic he was towards her. She immediately thought that if she had known how everything would turn out, she would have come here not as Oliver's mother, but as his aunt, which would not interfere with the development of her relationship with Thomas. Such an abundant thought process required fuel for the body, and Tiffany asked the maid to bring her something for tea. Some time later, Tiffany was walking around the estate when she heard the maids whispering quietly. After listening, the girl realized that they were talking about the gifts the Duke's son gave her, and how lucky she was. In the end, it turned out that the situation was already out of control, and rumors were spreading across the entire estate at lightning speed. Tiffany decided to get involved in the rumors and hid around the corner, where she had already heard that it was not about one or two, but thousands of jewels that he had given her. Then they talked about Elizabeth's status, where the maid said that she was not even an aristocrat in essence, despite the fact that her son resembled the late Mr. George, and therefore, it was not clear why Sir Thomas treated her so well. Of course, Tiffany did not really like the fact that some maids were talking about her so shamelessly in their circles, and the conversation continued, where the girls now began to discuss the question of whether their master had really fallen in love with Elizabeth, or simply decided to play with her and leave her, having achieved what he needed. It was doubly unpleasant for the girl to listen to such speeches, and she came to the conclusion that she needed to leave so as not to be overwhelmed. But new gossip reached her ears, where it was said that Elizabeth probably seduced Mr. George with her body, since he would not sleep with just anyone. At these words, the girl stopped and stood still, and behind her back, the maids continued to throw mud at Elizabeth, saying that the Duke and the Duchess were blind, that Elizabeth would soon take power here, and that dark times awaited them. But then the maids saw that quite some time had passed, and very reluctantly, they rushed to leave the gossip, and with the same reluctance ran off to fulfill their duties. And Tiffany turned around, watching the gossips leave and not believing that they really considered her some kind of slut. That same day, the girl met with Thomas, where she told him that from today on it would be better if they kept their distance. Of course, she herself could deal with the maids, but in that case, she would also be considered to be eavesdropping on conversations, which would completely destroy her reputation, so she decided to start from the very root of the problem, which was Thomas. The man did not understand at all what the girl was talking about, and asked her to tell him the reasons for such changes in her behavior. Tiffany began by thanking the man for the wonderful gifts, and for the fact that with his help she quickly befriended, and easily his family members. But then she added that others do not always perceive her kindness towards her correctly. Thomas still could not understand what Elizabeth was trying to tell him, and asked her what her statement meant. Tiffany tried to explain herself somehow, saying that they do not do so much for their brother's wife, that she is just a widow. But the stubborn man did not want to understand her, asking this time which other people she was referring to. Now the girl understood why the man could not understand her, and quickly said that these people were maids. The astonished man asked how the opinions of the maids could matter to Elizabeth, to which Tiffany replied very excitedly that all these girls work here, and therefore their opinion cannot be ignored. Hearing this, the colonel said that if it was so important to the girl, he would soon take care of everything. But Tiffany began to stop Thomas, telling him that due to his interference, the maids would only talk more, to which the man again responded with an inquisitive look. Then, Tiffany tried to give an example by asking him if he cared what they said, and they did to other soldiers, and if it had anything to do with him. To which Thomas, with an absolutely calm face, replied that he did not care at all, because there has always been a military regulation for troublesome soldiers. Tiffany held her head and concluded that she had not chosen a very good example. But before she could formulate a new thought, she suddenly heard a question from Thomas about why she was so worried about some maids. And not waiting for an answer, the colonel also asked why Elizabeth constantly smiles at her maid and, in general, treats her in every possible way. The girl was angry that this man could not understand the simplest things. And human, she tried to explain that this is how people show attention and care to each other, and that when someone does not like someone, then they should worry. But Thomas could not understand this, and asked why the girl cared if someone did not like her. Tiffany noticed that they were entering a vicious circle, and she did not know how to explain something to a person with different values. Perhaps the point was that the Duchess's love was distributed unevenly between the children, where, of course, from the outside, it might seem that Thomas did not care about this. But in the end, he became a person who does not care about anyone's opinion at all. The girl ended her thoughts by thinking that he cared for Oliver so zealously, definitely not out of sympathy or altruism. Although Thomas truly loved the boy, the real reason was only his sense of responsibility. Realizing that it would definitely not be possible to change this man's worldview with a couple of sentences, the girl changed tactics and said that, given Thomas's opinion, she had nothing more to explain to him. But at the same time, she noted that if the colonel suddenly hated her, she would not remain indifferent. Hearing this, Thomas concluded that if Miss Elizabeth suddenly hated him, he would also be very worried about it. It was a relief for the girl to see this impenetrable man acquire understanding. She also realized that, according to the novel's plot, Thomas did not seem like some kind of antisocial person. He simply isolated himself from other people, and therefore, his reciprocal words and actions were cruel. And if we consider the situation from this side, then the girl could only sympathize with this man. After a short pause, Thomas said that now he understood Elizabeth's concerns about the maid's conversations, which gave the girl hope for a successful outcome of the conversation and the situation in general. But the man's next proposal to simply fire all the maids and recruit new ones made the girl conclude that everything she was told had gone to waste. Literally clutching her head in her hands, Tiffany said that this is not at all what she means, and what she sees as a solution to the problem. Then she abruptly straightened up and categorically stated that replacing all the maids was not a solution to the situation. The man tried to compare the current circumstances with everyday life in the army, where all personnel, on the contrary, are wary of the appearance of a new commander, and they do not spread rumors about him. And Tiffany continued to insist that it would be very difficult for the girls if they suddenly lost their jobs, and she was willing to tolerate the rumors, but there was no need to fire them. Here the man argued that these maids were mocking Elizabeth, and if everything is left as it is, the situation will only worsen, and then the girl may change her mind about firing them. But the girl thought to herself that she would definitely not decide the fate of people like that with just a snap of a finger, and the man suddenly began to express his reasoning, saying that, in principle, all the maids have been working for a long time, and there is no great reason to replace them with new ones. After which Thomas said that in this case, they should proceed as usual, which caused a misunderstanding in the girl. And Thomas explained, saying that they need to return to that initial stage of their relationship. Then they will not have to fire anyone. The girl was delighted with his words, thinking that this could really be a solution. But then, after analyzing the situation, she realized that this would not change the final outcome. Concluding the conversation, Thomas invited Elizabeth to have dinner together. Tiffany, of course, thought to herself that it would be better if the man left now, and left her alone. But within the bounds of decency, she could not refuse. And when all conversations and dinner were over, Tiffany slumped exhausted on the bench that was in the alley. But before she had time to enjoy a couple of minutes of silence, two maids appeared in the alley, whispering something. Seeing the lady sitting nearby, one of them interrupted the other's story with a nudge in the side, from which Tiffany, smiling, concluded that the conversation between the girls was about her. Meanwhile, the maids were deciding which of them would approach the lady, while she pretended not to have heard anything. And so, one of them, taking advantage of her friend's confusion, abruptly pushed her forward, and the girl had no choice but to greet and attract Elizabeth's attention. Adopting a submissive pose, the maid suddenly said that on behalf of all the servants, she thanked the mistress for her prudence. She explained her words by saying that she learned some details from the manager, where the Duchess heard the rumor that the maids were gossiping and demanded that all of them be fired without letters of recommendation, so that none could get a job in any noble house again. And if they were expelled from Winterwood, they would never find a job, where the Duchess never changes her decisions. But they also learned from the manager that Madame Rhodey spoke with the Duchess, and now they are no longer in danger of being fired, so they are very grateful to her. Stunned by what was said, Tiffany sat there unable to utter a word. And the maids continued to say that they were very mistaken about Madame Elizabeth, because even after what was said, she stood up for them. Then they apologized for what they had said before. They promised it would not happen again, and said that all other maids also expressed their gratitude and apologies. Not knowing how to respond to all this, Tiffany said embarrassedly that everything was fine, and that the girls had nothing to worry about. And the maids had already knelt before her, calling Elizabeth the best mistress, and practically canonizing her. Tiffany thought she was not worthy of such praise, and of course, tried to solve the problem with dismissal, but not in the way the maids now presented it to her. The maids left, and Tiffany slowly walked through the halls of the estate, thinking about why the manager gave them such information, which definitely did not come from the Duchess, since the latter would definitely have warned her. The girl thought hard about who else could influence the manager, and the answer was on the surface, where there was no one else but Thomas to do it, and there was no need to do it. This conclusion was extremely surprising to Tiffany, because she never expected such actions from Thomas. With a feeling of great relief, the girl entered her chambers, where Laurie was already waiting for her, and greeting, where, literally from the threshold, a young maid attacked the girl by asking if it was true the rumor that her mistress saved the colonel's life, and Oliver's, who had been seriously wounded. This question surprised Tiffany even more than the other maid's sudden apologies. And when asked where this information came from, Laurie said that there was a rumor that Mr. Thomas's good attitude towards Elizabeth was precisely related to the fact that she saved his life. With genuine admiration, the girl spoke of how Elizabeth single-handedly confronted an armed murderer, and called her mistress an incredible woman. And Tiffany could only listen in silence to her maid's admiration and think about who was spreading such rumors. Tiffany remembered the events on the train well, where she simply tried to capture the killer alive by throwing a pepper pot at him. But according to the rumors circulating, she was a real action heroine. Tiffany told Laurie that the story was slightly embellished and told the girl how it really happened. But even the real story aroused a feeling of true admiration in the young woman, where she said that, in such a situation, she definitely would not have been able to behave so boldly, but would have simply hidden in a corner. Tiffany thanked Laurie for her words and added that the distortion still greatly embarrassed her. But Laurie objected that there was nothing wrong with that, because in general, the story was not invented, and it would be useless to try to correct the rumor. This is because the story has already spread throughout the entire estate, and there is no worker who has not heard it. And Tiffany soon became convinced of this when, moving around the estate, she constantly saw admiring glances and heard cheers, becoming the center of attention in this house. And Thomas, who met her on the way, said that now no one would dare to say anything bad about Elizabeth. However, the girl's reaction was very violent, where she said that saying she saved a man in the war was too much. Since no rumors had been created about the war, Thomas could only wonder how rumors could evolve over time. Expressing gratitude on the one hand, Tiffany also asked the colonel not to do this again, since she did not want to be the center of attention. The man agreed and said that there was no point in further fanning the rumors. After asking her if Elizabeth's worries were over, he immediately received the answer that everything was fine now. The girl thought to herself that this man, who never gave a damn about others, showed so much concern for her. This was very pleasant for her, and Tiffany decided to reconsider her attitude towards Thomas. But the quiet life did not last long, as Thomas soon presented Elizabeth with another gift, where the maids who witnessed this scene noted that this is how gratitude for salvation manifested itself. He regularly came to the girl's room under the pretext that he needed to make sure the girl was comfortable, and did not need anything, which also provoked the corresponding reaction from the maids. And Thomas did not forget to invite Elizabeth for a walk either, where such excessive male attention was noticed, and condemned even by Oliver. Tiffany noted, not without pleasure, that as soon as the servant's caution lessened, he began to visit her more often. One day, Tiffany had breakfast with Thomas. The idea that this man was showing special care for her could not leave her head. Determined to put an end to speculation, Tiffany asked Thomas for permission to ask him a frank question, and upon receiving it, the girl asked why the colonel treated her so well. Putting her cup on the table, the man replied that he had no idea what Elizabeth was referring to. Tiffany explained that he gives her gifts, solves problems, invites her out, and sometimes says strange things. But when asked what kind of strange things he was saying, The girl did not answer exactly, saying that it would take a long time to explain them. Then the man said that it was his noble duty to take care of Elizabeth's needs. Tiffany never expected to hear this as an answer. The girl thought she should find out Thomas's attitude towards other noble ladies to understand what he was talking about, deciding that she had thought of something unnecessary herself, as she did not know how a nobleman should treat women. The girl, blushing, said that she understood everything. Suddenly, from the outside, Tiffany seemed very amused and strange, having thought who knows what about this man's attitude towards her, where she herself, without thinking, expected some special attitude from Thomas towards her. And the colonel said that the girl simply was not yet accustomed to the noble manner of communication, but he sincerely hopes that very soon Elizabeth will feel comfortable in his company. The girl only smiled in response, concluding that everything that could make sense to her turned out to be just part of the noble etiquette. Tiffany also noted the positive side that she realized all this now. Before falling completely in love, she replied aloud to the man that she would do everything possible to feel comfortable in his company. But looking at the colonel's face, Tiffany could not help but think that she was still very attracted to this man. The next night was difficult for the girl, where she could not decide not to think about Thomas. She sadly declared that she had fallen in love with him, but that the man would most likely never reciprocate her feelings. Behind these thoughts, Tiffany did not notice how morning came, and she still did not get a wink of sleep. Laurie had already entered the room with washing supplies and wished the mistress a good morning. Some time later, while the maid was helping with the laundry, Tiffany reflected that it would be difficult for her to ignore her feelings for Thomas when interacting with him. She knows what it is, because in a past life she already had the experience of unrequited love. That's why the girl decided that she should no longer suffer and should try to put aside her feelings. The whole family had breakfast together today, where the Duke suddenly said that it was time to announce the existence of an heir to everyone. And Tiffany immediately noticed that the turning point in this story had arrived. As part of this particular event, Oliver's existence will be officially announced to all relatives, where he will meet Daniel for the first time. However, the timing of the events did not coincide with the novel, as it seemed to the girl that another 3 months should pass before this event. But in this case, the acceleration of events was probably due to Oliver's surprising successes, where he was now indistinguishable from a hereditary nobleman. Meanwhile, Thomas suddenly said that it was too early to inform his relatives about the presence of an heir, to which the Duke replied that everyone was only talking about the heir's place being empty because something was wrong with Thomas. And the colonel casually commented that my father should not care at all what people say. However, forcefully sinking his fork into the piece of meat, the Duke said that he would not allow such rumors to spread. Here Tiffany intervened in the dialogue and asked if she should somehow prepare for this event, where, perhaps, she should study the official pedigree and learn more about all the relatives. And Thomas, without hesitation, said that since Elizabeth had nothing to do with all their relatives, it might not be worth wasting time studying the family tree. However, the Duke supported the girl's initiative and said that for security reasons one must be prepared for anything. Hearing this dialogue, Tiffany felt as if she were in some kind of horror movie. At that moment, the Duchess also inserted her comment, saying that Elizabeth should definitely familiarize herself with the family tree. After which, the Duchess, turning to her son, told him that she had entrusted him with the responsibility of introducing Elizabeth to the family tree. This attitude, of course, was pleasant to the girl, since she was indeed recognized as another family member. Moreover, if she is now busy with such a routine as studying her relatives, then there will be no room left to think about Thomas. And so, after a very short time, the colonel was already getting used to the role of a teacher, saying that now they would begin to study the family tree, to which Tiffany did not object at all. After which, Thomas unfolded a huge sheet of paper in front of the girl, where their entire family tree was drawn. The girl began to look at the notes with interest, noting along the way that the tree was not very branched, and the offspring had a very low survival rate, where many died very young. Meanwhile, Thomas began his lecture by saying that his father, the Duke of Winterwood, has a younger brother named Dorian Morris, who has a son, Daniel Morris, who has the highest status after Thomas's own status. The colonel also explained that Daniel is his closest blood relative, and the influence of this branch of their family is also quite large, where they dreamed of ruling the duchy, but their dreams were not destined to come true due to the appearance of Oliver, whom they probably sent an assassin after. Tiffany thought about the fact that all the key characters of the novel she met are different from their originals, which perhaps does not bypass Daniel. However, she immediately realized that if he sent an assassin after the boy, then his character should not be very different. Tiffany decided that it was worth meeting Daniel first, and she asked Thomas a question about the character of his cousin, to which the man replied that his brother was one of those who definitely should not interest a girl. The girl was interested in the fact that she had just asked a question, so Thomas suddenly became very grim, where it was quite obvious that he was not very happy about Elizabeth's interest in Daniel. And she decided to continue this experiment, saying that it would be better to know more about the colonel's brother, which immediately provoked the corresponding reaction, in which Thomas said that his brother was greedy, stupid, and that she should not mess with him at all. The girl was already beginning to have fun with the man's reaction to her attempts to learn more about Daniel. Having said that she would be prepared for Thomas's brother's machinations, she immediately heard that it was better to try to avoid meeting him altogether. She listened with emotion as Thomas told her never to talk to Daniel, and when the colonel finished his instructions, she cheerfully said that she would do so. Tiffany thought to herself that she could only avoid him by her own will, but in the novel Daniel was a frequent guest at the soirees where she would also have to be present. Thomas suggested continuing to study his family tree. This was followed by a story about the rise of their family to dominance in Winter Forest, where many centuries ago Winter Forest was independent. But after the unification of families, the Richardson family began to rule here, which has remained unchanged for more than 2,000 years. The story did not arouse much interest in Tiffany, and she sat sadly at the table, resting her head on her hand. Hearing the noon clock, the girl noticed that Oliver had been out for a long time, since classes should have ended a long time ago, to which Thomas explained that the Duke most likely took the boy to the ancestral chamber, which he intended to do before his presentation. Surprised, Tiffany asked what was wrong with this ancestral chamber, and the colonel explained that their old family relic is kept there, which has incredible value and is therefore hidden from the eyes of strangers, and only heirs have access to it in due time. Then the girl asked if she understood correctly that, in this case, the colonel himself did not know where this room was, to which the colonel replied affirmatively, adding that the only thing he knows is that the room exists, and that there is a relic there. And when the girl asked what this relic was, Thomas replied that it was a cup that grants wishes, and that it could only be used once in a lifetime. For Tiffany, it was a novelty that such objects could exist in this world. The man immediately explained that it was created by an ancient magic that no longer exists in their world. And now the next news about the presence of magic in this world surprised the girl for the second time in a minute. But recalling the novel's content, the girl noted that there was some mention of the transfer of magic within families. While Thomas was finishing the family tree, the girl asked if the Morris intended to seize Winter Woods just for the cup, to which the colonel replied that this is unlikely, because everyone considers it a myth, while he himself thought the same, until his father once told the truth, and their relatives claimed the diamond mines. This was quite reasonable, and Tiffany agreed with this conclusion, after which she asked if she had the right to know about the existence of the cup. And the colonel replied that without any doubt, since she is now also part of their family. After thinking for a moment, Thomas said that his mother most likely knew about it too, although he was not sure. Then the girl decided to ask one more question, where she was interested to know if it was possible that the Duke had made a wish. But Thomas had nothing to answer to this, as he did not know, and the Duke himself told him nothing about it. The next question was whether it was worth keeping the wish a secret, to which the man replied affirmatively. But he added that this was everyone's business, since in their family there were cases when the person who made the wish admitted that he had made it. Walking to the window, Thomas thought seriously about what his father's wish might be, and finally, he expressed that most likely it was the wish to get a contract for the construction of a railway, since in his youth he was obsessed with this idea. But Thomas concluded by saying that this was only his purely personal assumption, since even on his deathbed, the Duke will not tell, and the only one who will be able to find out the truth is Oliver. To the girl's question, the colonel explained that in the room there is a list of wishes of the heirs who have been in the room. Worried, Tiffany asked why such a young child was being taken to that room, and Thomas replied that age does not matter here at all. Oliver has the right mentality, inherent in the heir of Winterwood. The girl was terribly interested to know about the Duke's wish, but it would be strange to ask Oliver about it. Looking at the books next to her, Tiffany suddenly wondered if the original boy knew about the cup. And if he knew, what might he wish for according to the novel's plot? Moreover, the girl noticed that if Oliver had not appeared, Thomas could have made a wish. And then she turned to the man again and asked if he had any wish he would like to fulfill with all his soul. To which Thomas replied that he had no wishes, and that, in general, he did not believe in such things. The girl smiled back and said that the colonel already gets everything he wants. Then Thomas corrected himself by saying that it would be more correct to say that his wish had already come true, and that he did not need anything more specific. This was very unexpected for the girl, and she did not even know how to react to what was said. That fulfilled wish was clearly in the man's personal space, to which the girl had no access. Quite some time had passed, where Tiffany, after studying the tree, managed to return to her place. But Oliver still did not appear. Suddenly, the door to the room suddenly opened, and the girl turned around. And her gaze immediately saw Oliver's face entering the room. Without any prelude, Tiffany asked the tired boy if he had been in the ancestors' room today, which surprised Oliver, who replied with a counter-question, asking how his aunt found out. Tiffany thought about telling the truth, but if she didn't say something, the boy would think she was spying on him. Having made a decision, the girl cheerfully replied that Thomas told her everything. However, inwardly she already reproached herself for mentioning her knowledge, being careful that rumors do not spread again. Tiffany decided to change the subject and said that the boy did not look well and asked him if he was all right. Oliver replied that he was fine, only that he had a lot to think about. Then Tiffany said that he could always talk to her about all his problems. The boy fell silent, and Tiffany, once again, concluded that he did not trust her at all. She thought hard about what she could say to the boy to get him to talk somehow. Addressing Oliver again, Tiffany said that most of his experiences are actually not as terrible as they might seem at first glance. Every situation has its own solution, if not what is on the surface, then at least what can be delved into. The boy's question about what would happen if a completely desperate situation developed made the girl think hard. However, she quickly recovered and said that then the solution could be to switch to something else. Then she asked what wish he would like to make when he becomes the head of the duchy. And when the boy asked if his aunt believed in this, Tiffany replied that she did and that, as an option, he could wish for a lot of money. The girl immediately shared that she had already asked about Thomas's wish, but he said he didn't need anything, as his wish had already come true. Oliver was very surprised by his aunt's frankness, and Tiffany, once again, noticed that the boy reacts strangely as soon as she mentions Thomas. Instead of answering the question, Oliver asked his aunt what she would like. Tiffany's first thought was to return to her body, but she quickly abandoned it, since her previous body might be dead, and returning to it would not be a good omen. Then the idea of a love spell for Thomas occurred to her, but the girl abandoned this thought, since such things, as a rule, do not lead to good. And suddenly, she realized that now it would be appropriate, and at the same time would help improve her relationship with the boy. She told Oliver, who was surprised to hear every word, that she wanted him to become the head of this duchy without unnecessary adventures. And to the boy's question, she replied that this was her most sincere wish and that she hoped he would be happy when he grew up. Suddenly, abruptly moving away, Oliver said that he was talking about the girl's wish, and not about his future, and Tiffany was moved to see how the boy was touched by her wish, although he tried with all his might to hide it. Abruptly getting up and hiding his reddened face, Oliver said that he was going to his next class. The girl tried to call him, believing that there was nothing to be ashamed of, but Oliver did not answer, and left the room. And only now Tiffany realized that the boy never expressed his wish. But the girl was very happy to at least cheer up her nephew, and decided to ask him about his wish on another occasion. The day came to meet the other family members, where Laurie had just finished doing her mistress's makeup. Tiffany looked simply stunning, and was very excited about the upcoming events. Then Oliver looked into the room and asked if his aunt was ready to go out. But the girl said nothing in response, fixing her gaze on the boy, where she sincerely admired how Oliver looked now. And to his question of why she was looking at him like that, Tiffany explained that he now looks like a real young master, to which Oliver returned a compliment to the girl for her appearance, not forgetting to call her mom, and then suggested that she definitely had not chosen the dress, where, to the embarrassed girl's question, the boy replied that she herself would definitely not have chosen anything good. Discouraged by such frankness, the girl said that her taste was not so bad, since she herself chose the jewelry. But Oliver objected to the girl, saying that firstly, Mr. Thomas gave it to her, and secondly, the jewelry matches the dress, from which he concludes that he almost made a mistake when he started talking for his aunt, but corrected himself in time, saying that it was his mother who chose it for her. But he finished his speech by saying that, in any case, this dress suits the girl. And Tiffany was surprised by Oliver's facial expressions, where, perhaps for the first time in all time, she saw a smile on his face. Then someone knocked on the door, and the girl let me in saying she was ready. It was the colonel who came, resplendent in his military uniform and with military merit orders on his chest. Tiffany could not contain her admiration, and said that the military uniform suited Thomas very well. And then she drew the man's attention and asked what he looked like, because it would not be very good to appear before the family like a palette. And only Thomas began to say that the girl looked simply incredibly beautiful, as his speech was immediately interrupted by Oliver, expressing words of indignation towards his aunt, where he noted that she had already spoken about her aunt's beautiful appearance and did not understand why she did not believe him. To which Tiffany, to smooth over the situation, thanked the boy for his attention. Then Thomas, offering her his hand, suggested setting off towards the reception hall. Tiffany placed her hand in the man's hand, and the whole trio began to move. Being next to Thomas, the girl was surprised to think that she felt the scent of winter near this man. The colonel seemed so cold and unflappable. As they walked, Thomas noticed that the girl had chosen to wear his gift, hinting at the decoration. Tiffany nodded in response, but then asked if the Duchess would be offended by this, which surprised the man, who immediately made a counter-question about what could offend his mother. And the girl explained, saying that the reason for the offense could very well be the fact that she was not wearing her gift. But the colonel reassured Elizabeth, telling her that his mother would definitely not be offended by such a trifle, and would not even notice. But Tiffany continued to be tormented by doubts, where she combined her first public appearance, and the fact that the Duchess was the first to make the gift. And then it was not clear to the man why the girl, in this case, decided to wear his gift. Looking at Thomas with wide eyes, Tiffany thought that she only had the Duchess's gift at her disposal, and Thomas's gift, and the reason for her choice was that it was a gift from a man for whom she felt the warmest feelings. The girl said aloud that this adornment simply suited her outfit better, and Thomas immediately confirmed that the girl really suits today's outfit. Then, the man noticed that the girl's hands were very cold, and suggested that she was cold due to her very thin clothing. But Tiffany denied it, and explained that it was more due to emotion than cold. Thomas was very surprised by what the girl was going through, and the girl once again had to explain that everyone had come to look at her, and Oliver, and if she made a mistake, they would immediately use it against them. And so they approached the door of the reception hall, and a second later, the company was already inside a huge hall, where, from all sides, the not very pleased gazes of the arriving relatives immediately rushed towards them. Tiffany introduced herself first. She called herself Elizabeth Rowdy and said that she was very pleased to meet you, after which she brought the boy closer and introduced him as Oliver, her son, expressing her hopes for the family's favor. But after observing the reaction of those gathered, Tiffany fully realized that she should not expect a particularly warm welcome. An older woman was the first to speak, saying that it was the first time she had heard such a surname, and suggesting that the girl was from the south, to which Tiffany said that she was indeed from one of the southern villages, which led the old woman to astonishment, where she noted that the Rowdy family did not even have their own possessions. And then whispers were heard from all sides, where Elizabeth was called a commoner, that the girl herself stood and listened with dignity, since if she had not appeared at all, then she would have been considered an arrogant commoner. Of course, she understood that these people would not delve into their judgments, but would appeal to what was on the surface. Immediately among the crowd, Tiffany could identify those who apparently initiated all these discussions, and would only watch from the sidelines, drawing their own conclusions. Meanwhile, quiet conversations continued, where the nobility was already saying that the birth of an heir does not mean that she should be accepted into the family. The girl first thought about Oliver, cursing all those present for not even wanting to try to understand the fear that this child is experiencing now. Carried away by her thoughts, Tiffany did not notice how she automatically grabbed Oliver's hand, which surprised him, and then Thomas intervened, saying that although Elizabeth was a commoner, her family was not poor. He said that although they do not have their own territories, they have a successful trade business. And then, pointing to the same old woman who started all this, Thomas said that Elizabeth allocated money for this relative's carriage. Because the old woman had a difficult financial situation, immediately in response, complaints began to arrive that the colonel was behaving too rudely and obscene, and Thomas, putting on an ingenuous face, asked with the same innocence why everyone was so alarmed. Because he was absolutely right, Tiffany, who stood aside and observed the development of events, mentally thanked the defender. Here, one of those present accused Thomas of lack of manners and asked him why he suddenly decided to speak, to which the colonel said that he has every right to speak whenever he wants, and even more so if his interlocutors are relatives. And then, in the coldest tone, he called the man's words absurd and said that they should not even dare to say such things to him, from which all of Thomas's opponents suddenly fell silent, after which the man said that a person does not have to be a follower of the main branch to be considered an aristocrat, and the people not gathered here should challenge the decision of his family. Those around him listened silently to what the colonel was saying, and no one dared to say a word in response. Tiffany was very surprised that as soon as Thomas raised his voice a little, this whole horde of aristocrats immediately fell silent. At the same time, the girl noted that, observing what was happening, one can conclude that a concept like respect for elders is definitely not used here. Even after 2,000 years, the Richardson family remains dominant in Winter Forest. Meanwhile, Thomas continued talking, where he compared the words of those present to the whistling of the wind, and said that if someone is unhappy with something here, they can leave. And in the end, the colonel said that no one should forget in whose possession he is now. And none of those gathered there said a single word in response. But suddenly, one of the guests began to applaud and said that they should stop there. He turned to that old woman, called her aunt, and told her that he perfectly understood that she simply cared about the fate of Winter Forest. And Tiffany thought to herself that this is the only blood relative who can afford to speak in this situation, none other than the heir of the Morris family, the son of the Duke's brother, Daniel. Daniel shifted his attention from his aunt to his brother and told Thomas not to be so strict, to which the colonel replied that he was not going to ignore attacks on his family. Tiffany stood up and looked at two relatives, who at the same time were irreconcilable enemies. And at that very moment, the Dukes entered the hall greeting those gathered, thanking everyone for coming. The Duke said that today the next heir to the Duchy of Winterwood would be announced. Then he turned and asked Oliver to come to him, which the boy did immediately. And the Duke, taking the boy by the shoulder, introduced him to the guests, saying that he was the son of George and direct heir. Making a slight bow, the boy introduced himself, calling himself Oliver Rowdy from the southern village, and adding that he apparently had no need to thank the gathered people for this visit, because he thought they had come to see him, but instead allowed themselves to insult his own mother, whose surname he bears. Tiffany was simply horrified when she heard what Oliver said to everyone in the hall, but the boy did not stop, saying that the fact that he would soon become a Richardson did not mean that he would stop being rowdy, and that his relatives should think before saying anything. After this, exclamations of indignation were heard from all sides, where from time to time the boy was called a little scoundrel. Daniel also added his comment, saying that Oliver had only recently become part of the family. This added more fuel to the fire, as they immediately supported him, shouting at Oliver not to dare to act as if he had already become a successor. Tiffany, upon hearing such sayings, immediately became indignant and said that it was unacceptable to behave this way towards a child. And then the Duke himself intervened in the development of the situation. With his loud and firm voice, he called the man who had just reproached Oliver for his unworthy behavior. The Duke said that the man was saying strange things because Oliver was already the heir to the duchy, and he had every right to speak in his own house. The man had nothing to say and, looking down, remained silent. Having finished with one discontent, the Duke focused his attention on another, more sophisticated young man, where he told Daniel not to think about transferring any burden of responsibility to Oliver, since royal blood flows in his veins. Clenching his fists out of powerlessness and anger, Daniel said that he completely understood the Duke, but having asked permission and received it, he asked when the family intended to include Oliver in the family tree. After all, as the Duke said, royal blood flows in his veins, which he received from the last heir, his father George, and therefore, he needs to change his surname and introduce himself to the royal family. To which the Duke replied that all these events were already planned immediately after their meeting today. Upon hearing this, Daniel immediately apologized for his careless words and the disrespect he showed to the Duke, which made Tiffany suspicious, because including Oliver in the family tree is equivalent to the full recognition of his rights as heir, something that Daniel himself just pressured the Duke for. But according to the novel's plot, this man should be very unhappy with this outcome, let alone provoke it himself. Meanwhile, noticing the girl's gaze on himself, Daniel gave her the kindest smile, and Tiffany had no choice but to return his smile, while mentally thinking that such an important part of this story suddenly went completely against the book. Even in such a tense atmosphere, the banquet continued, where the invited ladies, of course, they began to try to hook Elizabeth somehow, saying that it was completely impossible to imagine how a girl lived in a village with such an appearance, where men probably overlooked her. But Tiffany thought to herself that Elizabeth's life should not concern these ladies at all. But the attacks continued, and another guest asked if they were glancing at a single woman raising a child, which could lead to misunderstandings. Tiffany was still silent when Thomas suddenly appeared next to her. Leaning towards the girl, he asked if she needed help putting all those arrogant people in their place. However, already knowing the man's methods, Tiffany quickly said that there was no need to do anything. While patting Thomas on the leg, she immediately came to her senses and looked with horror at the man's reaction, thinking that she had crossed all possible lines. Then the Duchess, who was nearby, coughed violently, and the Duke immediately escorted Evelyn out of her chambers to rest and recover. Tiffany noticed the sudden unwell state of the woman. This was an excellent opportunity to leave that inhospitable place, where Tiffany apologized and stated that Oliver was still small and got tired quickly. Leaving with the boy, the girl mentally apologized for using him as an excuse, but it was impossible for her to leave alone, as this would have a negative effect on her common reputation. But suddenly, one of the women said that if the boy is tired, you just need to ask the nanny to take him away, and there is no need to walk alone. To which Tiffany replied that she should be next to the boy when he falls asleep. But now another woman said that there was no need to rush the boy and also offered to call a nanny, if of course they had one, which was a clear attempt at insult. And the women nearby had already begun to laugh quietly, and the wicked woman continued to be sarcastic, saying that, apparently, Miss Rhodey did not know that in aristocratic families nannies took care of the children. But suddenly, a lady in a blue dress standing in the general circle of ladies said that there were exceptions to the rules, where the Duchess personally took care of Oliver's father, which immediately changed the expression on the faces of the women nearby, who immediately began to say that it was completely unthinkable to remember that the Duchess was a nanny. Tiffany, looking at these strange women, could not understand what was wrong with them. Although the Duchess and her husband left, their son Thomas remained in the hall, having forcefully placed the glass on the table so that its contents spilled partially onto the tablecloth. The girl said that she was grateful to all participants in the conversation for their advice, but immediately added that in the matter of raising Oliver, she still intended to be guided by the Duchess's advice, and not by what the ladies just expressed, where they can discuss their opinion directly with Evelyn. It was an unconditional victory, because not another word of response was uttered. And of course, none of them would dare to speak to the Duchess in person. After saying goodbye, Tiffany and with her, Thomas and Oliver, elegantly left the reception hall. Upon entering their chambers, Tiffany thanked Thomas for his participation today. But before she had time to say goodbye to him and close the door, Thomas suddenly called the girl, where the man was interested in why Elizabeth simply listened, in silence, to what these shameless women were saying today. Tiffany did not quite understand what the colonel meant when he asked to clarify the question, to which Thomas directly asked why the girl allowed herself to be smeared, while before she was very worried about some ridiculous and innocent rumors spread by the maids. And the girl, without getting confused, recalled the colonel's words that he did not care at all about the opinions of others, which was not the case in this situation. What seemed simply surprising to Tiffany was that Thomas was hurt by the opinion someone else had of her. This answer completely discouraged the colonel. After thinking for a while, he said that he understood everything and that Elizabeth was absolutely right. And then, the man added that he discovers a strange phenomenon in which someone else's opinion begins to worry him when it comes to Elizabeth, which could not leave the girl indifferent to such words. And Thomas continued to say that in this case, he simply could not help but intervene in the situation. With a trembling and sinking heart, Tiffany listened to the pleasant words of these girls towards the people. Thomas, looking at Elizabeth's confused face, said that it was time for him to leave, and that she needed a good rest. And Tiffany watched the departing man for a long time, who today managed to surprise her. Thoughts about what Thomas told her before leaving did not leave the girl even at night. Trying to calm down, Tiffany closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. But then the idea occurred to her that the colonel might have stood up for her only out of compassion. This option, of course, did not make the girl very happy, causing a feeling of anger rather than joy. Abruptly turning aside, Tiffany thought that this man constantly does only what he pleases. One of the variants of such cold and egocentric behavior, the girl found Thomas's military character, from which she concluded that this man was incapable of falling in love at all. Changing position once again, Tiffany thought that Thomas was unlikely to have a date, since everyone thought he was against marriage. Sadly, Tiffany thought that if she could never reveal her feelings for Thomas, she could at least be somewhere near him, which was basically possible as Oliver's mother. Having finished this internal monologue, the girl finally felt that she really wanted to sleep, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Oliver, with the most serious expression on his face, told his aunt that she should never even approach Daniel Morris, so that she never hears anything this man says and avoids any communication with him in every possible way. To which Tiffany calmly replied that she understood the boy and that she had no reason to get involved with this person. Of course, Oliver's performance and the banquet on this occasion had ended long ago, but many relatives were still visiting the estate. But at the same time, Tiffany thought that, on the other hand, it would be good to know what the villain Daniel was doing, which could help protect both Oliver and herself. Suddenly, Lori looked into the room and, in her usual cheerful tone, said that the Duchess invited her mistress to have dinner together. Tiffany looked cautiously over the back of the chair and asked the maid if other family members would be present at dinner, to which Lori immediately replied that no. After which, the girl immediately jumped up and said that in this case, she was ready to move immediately, surprising her nephew with her agility. Walking through the estate halls, Tiffany only thought about avoiding meeting any of the visitors, since she was already fed up with the company at the banquet. But suddenly, she saw the silhouette of a man in the distance. Getting a little closer, Tiffany recognized the one who was standing and looking out the window, as if waiting for her. It was Daniel Morris, who cordially greeted Miss Rowdy. Since Tiffany herself had recently been thinking about meeting this man, the current situation only benefited her, and she returned his greeting. When asked if she remembered him, Tiffany said that she could not forget the Duke's nephew. Clearly pleased with the well-developed conversation, Daniel invited Elizabeth to have a cup of tea together, to which Tiffany replied that she could not offer such a pleasure to a man, since she had already received an invitation from the Duchess. And the Duke's nephew replied that, apparently, the Duchess really appreciates the girl, since she even invited her to dinner. But Tiffany skillfully stopped this attack, saying that the Duchess was simply trying to take care of a person who was not related by blood to her family. But Daniel said that this only confirmed what he had said, since everyone knew Evelyn's habit of dining alone. And while the girl wondered if this man had just publicly ridiculed the Duchess's habits, Daniel invited Elizabeth to have tea together tomorrow, to which the girl said she appreciated his offer. And in this case, she invited the man to her house, which he was incredibly happy about. Saying goodbye until tomorrow, Tiffany continued on her way. The Duke's nephew did the same, crossing his hands behind his back and heading in the opposite direction from where the girl was going. And Tiffany, moving forward, thought that she would not simply let herself be swallowed by this wolf in sheep's clothing. Daniel sat down with his head in his hands and, annoyed, asked Miss Rowdy what she had done, where he believed that the girl would be useful to him, but in reality, everything turned out completely different, and his plan failed. But Tiffany, having nothing to lose, proudly declared that the man deserved all his suffering, after which the Duke's nephew said that there was nothing more to talk about, and ordered to get rid of Elizabeth, where at the same moment, one of Daniel's henchmen jumped towards her and struck the girl with a strong blow with his hand. And then Tiffany literally jumped onto her bed, pouring out cold sweat and feeling trembling throughout her body. The girl thought that she had just seen the part of the story that might await her in the future. Behind these gloomy thoughts, Tiffany was caught by Laurie's faint voice, who, being outside the door, said that it was time to get up. Still not recovering from the nightmare, Tiffany concluded that she did not like all this at all. At the appointed time, Daniel appeared in Tiffany's room with a bouquet of flowers and cordially greeted the girl, also saying that these flowers could not compare with the girl's beauty. Tiffany thanked the man, thinking to herself that he was just a hypocrite. When the girl accepted the bouquet, he suddenly touched her fingers with a gentle movement, which caused the girl to have an unpleasant reaction. Handing the bouquet to the maid and smiling sweetly at the guest, Tiffany at the same time mentally gave the man not the most flattering words. Daniel initiated the conversation by saying that it must be difficult for the girl to get used to this place, since the Richardsons are very cold people, to which Tiffany said that even if this is so, it is not in relation to her. But the man remained firm and declared that for the first time he saw not only the Duchess, but also Thomas so affectionate, and the girl said in an unconcerned voice that it was all due to a strong sense of responsibility. Taking a cup of tea, Daniel suddenly said that apparently Elizabeth had a rather good relationship with George, to which the girl immediately expressed her lack of understanding of the reason for this statement. But Daniel explained that he thought the girl was experiencing unpleasant feelings due to the fact that he left her, which is not visible, and the ingenious Tiffany coldly said that it only seemed so from the outside. And immediately, the man had to apologize for such rudeness towards the girl's feelings. Tiffany noted, not without pleasure, that in her life she had already met many vile people like the man sitting in front of her, and she had long since learned to dialogue with them. Suddenly, Daniel said that it was obviously difficult for the girl to raise a child alone, and if she suddenly needed help, he was always at her service. To which the girl replied that she was very grateful for so much attention, thinking to herself that it would never have occurred to her to contact him. And then Tiffany made a decision and asked if the Duke's nephew really disliked the Richardson family, to which Daniel, to the girl's surprise, replied affirmatively, saying that the reason was their arrogance, where he paid special attention to Thomas, saying that even if he takes care of Elizabeth, he will greatly miss what seemed to the girl a ridiculous and unworthy statement for a man. Deciding to change the topic of conversation, Tiffany noticed Daniel's great popularity and asked him if he was married, to which the man replied negatively, and the girl expressed her surprise at this circumstance, after which she expressed her assumption that everyone in the North marries late, since Thomas is also not married yet. But Daniel replied only for himself, saying that he simply had not yet met the right person. Tiffany pointed out that, given the age of both this man and Thomas, for some reason no one in the duchy insists that such enviable bachelors remain alone for so long, and then the idea occurred to the girl that, without looking for a wife, Daniel simply aspired to become an heir, where one of the conditions was that he must be related to the royal family. And if this is the case, then this man is truly obsessed with his idea. While Tiffany was thinking, Daniel suddenly noticed that Elizabeth was pronouncing the name Thomas with great feeling. And then the girl realized that, when she mentioned the colonel, she was not using his title at all. However, Tiffany quickly found her way, saying that she was a commoner, and that it was common for her to make such mistakes. And the man, taking the opportunity, asked her if she understood correctly that there was nothing between Elizabeth and Thomas, to which the girl said that she did not quite understand what was meant by such a question. After which, she said that she was not properly accepted into the family, and that, in general, she was not sure she could call anyone here family. And feigning despair, Tiffany shouted that everyone here only reproached her for the fact that she was simply lucky to find the right person on her way. As expected, Daniel was very annoyed by the girl's state and apologized for bringing up the topic. Tiffany rightly believed that the maids around were surprised by her unusual behavior, but it was necessary. And in fact, Lori and her assistant looked at each other bewildered, not understanding at all what was happening here now. But suddenly, Daniel knelt in front of Tiffany and told her warningly that her words might not sound at that moment, but he had to say them, where, looking up, the man declared that he fell in love with Elizabeth at first sight. The girl never expected to hear this, but the new admirer did not stop there, continuing with an offer to the girl to start an official relationship with him. It was so unexpected that even the nearby maids screamed. In Tiffany's head, only one thought passed regarding what this abnormal man was talking about. Meanwhile, the attack continued, where Daniel now said that he had already thought about the wedding, but he thought that everything would definitely surprise the girl in one day. Finally composing herself, Tiffany asked the Duke's nephew if it was really customary in the North to declare love on the first day of friendship. To which Daniel replied that he personally prefers to act immediately if he likes the girl. Only one word appeared now in the girl's head regarding this man's mental abilities, and that word was crazy. Having completely recovered from the strong statements, Tiffany invited the man to stand up first, also stating that he had come here understanding that she had a relationship with George, and that she had a son from him. To which Daniel calmly replied that he saw no problem in this, since he was completely different from Thomas in his morals. Such statements discouraged the girl, and then she realized that if Daniel married Elizabeth, she would lose the opportunity to manage railway construction, since she would not be associated with the royal family. But at that moment, the girl remembered that today's contract had a term of 50 years, and it was concluded for 35 years, during the wedding of the Duke and Princess Maria. This means that it will be valid for another 15 years, and will end when Daniel is only 40 years old. In this case, he will be able to get rid of Oliver not now, but in 15 years, taking his place. And while the girl was thinking about all these thoughts, the man said that he understood Elizabeth's concerns for her son, and assured her that when he got close enough to her, he would raise Oliver as his own son, becoming a reliable support and protection for him. These words fully confirmed the girl's recent conjectures. It was in this that she found the meaning of Daniel's actions in the form of a declaration of love. And this was also the meaning of him raising the question of including Oliver in the family tree. After all, before seducing Elizabeth, he must do everything possible to ensure that Oliver ends up on the family tree as soon as possible, to be able to subsequently claim a place on it, where in this way he will simply chain Oliver and through him Elizabeth. This prospect terrified the girl. Tiffany began to talk to the man, addressing him as Sir Morris, when he immediately interrupted her, and told her that she could simply call him Daniel. But the girl repeated the address she had chosen, saying that the man's recognition overwhelmed her, since she was inviting him only with the motive of establishing relations between the family branches. But Daniel was not going to back down, and asked the girl to simply consider his candidacy, where he appears as a quite attractive man. With indignation, Tiffany noted the excellent play of emotions that this villain staged in front of her, and Daniel continued to say that Elizabeth needs reliable support in the form of a strong male shoulder, to which Tiffany replied by stating that there is Thomas in the house who will always help her. Hearing this, Daniel said that in the eyes of an inexperienced girl, the colonel may seem, and in fact he is, a hero. But in fact, this person is by nature very cold, indifferent to everyone, and not worthy of trust. Tiffany mentally agreed that Thomas had a truly cold character. But this cold-blooded man protected Oliver at the cost of his life. But then, unexpectedly, Daniel grabbed the girl's hand. Tiffany, frightened, shouted at the man not to touch her. And the assertive and shameless man, without listening to the girl, said that they should narrow the gap between them step by step. Tiffany tried in vain to pull her hand out of Daniel's strong grip, where the maid standing next to her intervened in this fight, shouting that the master was only complicating everything with his actions. And at the moment of maximum intensity of passions, the door to the room suddenly opened. Suddenly, Tiffany turned around frightened. Thomas stood in front of her, and Laurie hid behind him. The colonel watched intently how the man grabbed and held the woman, where the tension in the hands of the action participants was visible to the naked eye. Saying that he had just witnessed a pathetic act, Thomas began to move towards Daniel, grabbing the poker that was next to the fireplace along the way. With a sharp movement, he struck the failed admirer's hand with an iron, which, of course, forced him to let go of the girl's hand. With a cry of pain, Daniel crouched down and clutched his injured arm, after which the colonel invited the girl to go with him, and the victim sat on the floor, and reprimanded his brother for lack of manners and for disturbing the tea party, to which Thomas immediately replied that it was not for Daniel, who was unceremoniously grabbing girls, to talk to him about manners, and added that it was only a warning, that from now on his brother should not approach Elizabeth, where he will not be able to use her in his dirty plans, and with such a meager mind. Tiffany remained silent behind her defender, not interfering in the brothers' conversation. Meanwhile, Daniel noticed that Thomas was behaving somehow unusually, where before he was not noticed or heard at all. But the colonel replied with the same arguments, adding that he immediately understood what Daniel was hiding under the pretext of expressing his feelings. However, the stubborn man did not give up his position, shouting that he was sincerely in love with Miss Rhodey. To which Thomas coldly replied that he did not care, and this did not cancel his warnings, where the man repeated his main demand not to approach Elizabeth again. At the same time, he pointed out that if his brother has any objections, then he is ready to accept his challenge to a duel at any time. Here Daniel had nothing to say, since in a power confrontation he had no chance against his brother. But as he stood up, he noticed that Thomas was looking at Elizabeth in the same way the Duke looked at the Duchess, after which Daniel said that by accusing him of conspiracy, the colonel himself was not free from sin. To which Thomas replied nothing, making a nod to suggest to his opponent to give an example. But this did not happen, where Daniel suddenly turned to Elizabeth and told her that he was forced to leave her in the current situation. And Tiffany replied to him by wishing him good luck, where she couldn't even observe the interlocutor's face due to Thomas's wide back. Upon leaving, Daniel announces to the girl that his offer is still valid, and that if she changes her mind, he is always ready to accept her, which both Tiffany and Thomas heard without any comment in response. When the door closed behind Daniel, Tiffany, exhausted from nervous tension, slumped into a chair. Her savior took an empty seat at the table, where new cutlery was immediately placed for him. The girl noted, with a touch of humor, how unexpectedly her tea party companion had changed. And then Tiffany heard silent sobs behind her. The girl didn't even have time to realize what was happening when Lori quickly stood up to apologize. Stunned by this behavior of the maid, Tiffany asked her what had happened, to which Lori replied, wiping away her tears, that Mr. Thomas had asked her to contact him in case the mistress ever met Mr. Daniel. Upon hearing this, Tiffany glanced at the colonel, and the maid continued to talk about her decision not to report every little detail, so she kept silent about yesterday's meeting, and having come to the conclusion that her inaction led to today's results. Lori began to cry again, asking her master for forgiveness. Tiffany did not know how to calm her maid, because she believed that there was nothing to cry about. And then, the girl realized that Lori was most likely afraid of Thomas's reaction to such an action, which was the reason for her behavior. And then she turned to Thomas to ask him not to fire this maid from her job, since everything that happened was not her fault, but Elizabeth's own, who showed stubbornness. To which the colonel replied, surprised, that he had no intention of firing anyone, where Tiffany, experiencing something akin to rage, immediately remembered how the man talked about firing all the servants just because of rumors. But now, he doesn't even think of firing the one who failed to follow his direct order. Having received the man's answer, Tiffany told the maid that she herself had heard everything, and that everything was fine. And Thomas already went on the offensive, asking what his unfortunate cousin Elizabeth proposed to him. But Tiffany was in no hurry to talk about everything that happened here. She simply said that nothing special was offered, to which the colonel insistently said that since it was nothing special, it would not be difficult to tell. Having lowered her eyes, the girl, feeling a little embarrassed, said that Daniel had suggested to her to start a romantic relationship. And Thomas immediately expressed his confidence that there was more to the proposal. And Tiffany said that there was also a proposal to marry him, and now the colonel is probably disappointed in her. Thomas did not understand this statement and asked why he should suddenly be disappointed, where Tiffany explained that it was against his advice to stay away from Daniel by inviting him for tea. But the man said that this is not a reason to be disappointed in her. But Tiffany saw the meaning of Thomas's words, suggesting that he was simply not interested in her as a woman. And the colonel expressed his incomprehension of Elizabeth's concerns, because he considered Daniel to be the culprit for approaching her. Tiffany thanked Thomas for these words. The next question, about what the answer to Daniel's proposal was, discouraged the girl. But when her mind digested the question, Tiffany immediately shouted that, of course. She immediately refused him dates, even before Thomas appeared. And then she added that she also rejected Daniel's marriage proposal. From what he heard, the colonel's face changed dramatically. The wrinkles straightened, and he said that the girl had made the absolutely correct decisions. Tiffany was glad that this interrogation was finally over. But it wasn't, because before the girl had time to catch her breath, a new question arose from the man, where the subject of his interest was whether the girl refused because Daniel proposed to her, or because she does not intend to marry at all. After putting on a serious face and calming down, Tiffany addressed the man by his name. Then she said that she was here solely for Oliver. Thomas said that this was not a problem and repeated his question about whether Elizabeth intended to marry. Tiffany turned around and asked what the man's interest in this matter was, and if he was about to propose to her, to which Thomas sarcastically asked about the girl's desire for an arranged marriage. However, the girl, who did not share the humor, said that she was serious about what the man said when they met. But suddenly, very nervously, Tiffany shouted at Thomas to forget everything she had just said, and that she did not want to marry anyone. After which the man said, very upset, that he understood the girl's intentions. It did not escape Tiffany that Thomas became noticeably sad after her words. The girl suddenly remembered all the warnings she heard from Thomas and Oliver, and concluded that the Colonel's appearance was very timely. Otherwise, it is unknown how it all could have ended. Looking at the confused man, Tiffany was glad that Thomas was not angry with her at all, but she mentally imagined what Oliver's reaction to these events might be, and taking a sip, she decided that she should try not to attract his attention. However, the idea of not being seen by the boy was naive at best, considering they lived in the same house. And now Oliver shouted that he was warning his aunt to avoid Daniel. Tiffany tried to justify herself by saying that they met by chance, and that it was impossible to simply say no in the adult world. To which the boy said that he was no longer a child a long time ago, and that such excuses definitely would not work on him. After which, the boy, once again, strictly ordered his aunt not to start communicating with a person like Daniel. Tiffany tried to say that, after all, this man was her relative, but the boy's stance was unwavering, where he said he didn't care who Daniel was, since he considered him a creature. And now it was the girl's turn to be indignant upon learning where the boy got such words from, to which he immediately replied that it didn't matter now. Clutching his head, Oliver insisted that it was the height of baseness to try to propose marriage to his aunt. Seeing the boy's extremely agitated state, Tiffany began to tell him to calm down, and Oliver shouted again that his aunt should not dare to meet Daniel now, where he pointed out that if he was smart enough to make an offer at the first meeting, then it is unknown what will happen at the second. For some reason, Tiffany thought that there was only one offer to go out with the perspective of marriage. But the rumors again turned everything upside down. Trying to calm the boy somehow, the girl offered to bring him his favorite confectionery treat. Daniel, after what happened, left the estate almost immediately, which Tiffany was very happy about. Observing the departing carriages, the girl concluded that the rest of her relatives would also leave someday, and the estate would finally calm down. Suddenly, Laurie, approaching from behind, drew the lady's attention. Pointing to the woman standing at the entrance, the maid said that one of Oliver's teachers wanted to speak with the lady. Tiffany asked with concern what the reason for this visit was, to which the woman said that she was very sorry to say this, but Oliver was missing classes, and even when he is present in class, his thoughts are somewhere very far away. The woman also replied that in general, there were no complaints about the studies, but that absenteeism and the boy's attitude still complicate the situation. Tiffany, tired, promised the woman to have an educational conversation with Oliver, and soon the girl asked the boy why he started behaving this way, to which Oliver stated that he no longer wanted to attend classes and would study on his own. And in response to Tiffany's attempts to reason with him, the boy said that he did not want to waste time on something meaningless, since his thoughts were already completely confused. However, the girl argued emotionally that Oliver could not simply stop studying. She asked him to at least tell her the reason so that she could convey it to the teachers, since it would be wrong to leave without explaining anything. To which the boy replied that the teachers are simply hired staff who do not need to be explained anything. Then Tiffany asked the boy to at least tell her why he was so worried, but the answer was silence. Oliver definitely did not want to share his experiences, and Tiffany realized that at this age all children are very complex. Abruptly getting up, the girl said that since the boy was so immersed in his worries, then they should distract themselves a little together. And so, standing on the street with a ball and a glove in their hands, Oliver asked his aunt what it was, to which Tiffany replied that this was a ball and a glove, which had been gathering dust for a long time in the boy's toy box. She showed that the glove should be put on the left hand, which Oliver repeated. After which, the girl announced aloud that now they would play a game called Catch the Ball. And Oliver simply looked at his aunt's actions with a look of surprise, where Tiffany pointed out that this is not surprising, since this boy's entire childhood he did not spend playing, but trying to get food for himself. And in her free time, Elizabeth never played with Oliver. Then Tiffany explained the rules to him, saying that the ball must be caught with the gloved hand and thrown back. Oliver asked if his aunt knew exactly how to play this game, to which the girl replied with a smile that she definitely knew more than the boy. And so the game began, with Oliver performing his first throw. Without much difficulty, Tiffany, who had been a baseball fan in her past life, accepted the proposal, saying that in reality the game is not that simple. The girl threw the ball back, not with a direct serve, but from bottom to top. The boy barely accepted such a serve, loudly asking how his aunt knows how to play so well. To which Tiffany, raising her nose, replied that these were just flowers. Without stopping throwing the ball, the girl tirelessly repeated that the best way to clear your head of annoying thoughts is physical activity. To which the boy muttered quietly that if his aunt cleared her head, she would forget his instructions not to meet Daniel. And when the girl asked him what he just said, Oliver replied that it was nothing. Once again, throwing the ball to the boy, Tiffany praised him for grasping everything on the fly. Then Oliver asked why his aunt always throws the ball from bottom to top. Because it is more convenient to throw it straight. To which the girl immediately replied that it was out of habit. But after a couple of seconds, she replied that this type of throw is best played with beginners, since there is no acceleration or force in the throw, and the clothes are not very suitable. Tiffany was already very interested in talking about throws and the game, and even suggested trying to use a bat next time. When Thomas approached her from behind, his words that Elizabeth and Oliver were having a lot of fun here made Tiffany flinch and turn around, saying that he also wanted to try playing. The colonel asked for permission to join. Not fully understanding the man's request, the girl asked him if she correctly understood that he wanted to join her, and immediately noticed that the colonel probably lacked the determination to approach Oliver due to his coldness, and decided to try to bring them together, inviting Thomas to play with Oliver. But at that very moment, the boy, putting on a face of great pity, said that he was already very tired. Then he approached Thomas and handed him the game accessories. Oliver himself moved aside, towards the trees, and sat on the ground. Tiffany was very surprised, and decided that she should go out with him for games more often, since he looked very weak. Thomas, meanwhile, had already put the glove on his hand and was preparing for the match. Having accepted the fact that he would have to play with Thomas, Tiffany happily said that she would let him go first. Now the girl was no longer ceremonial and making the swing correctly. She completed the serve, but the colonel, as expected, caught the ball quite easily. While making his presentation, Thomas said that he understood the concept of the game, which he found quite amusing. And to Tiffany's question, the man said that he was playing for the first time, which the girl doubted due to his good playing skills. After which, she asked what the man played with his brother, to which instead of answering the question of why it was necessary to play with his brother, which completely discouraged the girl. But after thinking for a while, Tiffany felt sorry for this man, who it turned out did not know at all what real childhood was. Apparently, the only thing he did was constantly study something on the estate. That's why he grew up to be such a cold person, with whom it is often so difficult to communicate. Immediately, the idea occurred to the girl that if she didn't pay due attention to Oliver, he would become a second Thomas, thinking that Thomas, of course, has his own charm, but he will not allow Oliver to become like that. Tiffany made another throw with all her might, where the man barely managed to raise his hand to catch the ball. Looking first at the ball in his hand and then at the girl, the colonel concluded that Elizabeth was truly a very good thrower. And now he is convinced that the situation on the train with the murderer and the pepper pot was not accidental, to which Tiffany received a very violent reaction that there was nothing special there, and it was not worth remembering. Glancing at Oliver, the girl thought that he did not need to know that she had killed a man, and she hoped that he hadn't heard anything. But the boy still overheard the conversation and quickly asked what his relatives were talking about. And Tiffany, without answering any of the boy's questions, quickly began to push Thomas in the direction of the estate, saying that for today it is enough and it is time to rest. After some time, Tiffany was invited to the Duchess, where the girl noted with sadness that Evelyn had not been well since the reception, and she was literally laid up in bed. Tiffany asked how the Duchess was feeling, to which she immediately replied that everything was fine, and that Elizabeth should not worry too much. And Evelyn's apologies for inviting Elizabeth to her house greatly embarrassed the girl. The Duchess did not torment Tiffany with conjectures, and immediately said that she called her to tell her that it was time for Elizabeth and Oliver to prepare for their trip to the capital. And Tiffany pointed out that another turning point in this story is approaching, And Evelyn continued by saying that the boy needed to be introduced to the royal family, since he had royal blood flowing in him, and she had already sent a preliminary letter. And literally, today she finally received an answer from the capital. And since Elizabeth is going to the capital for the first time, her son Thomas will accompany her. And Oliver, before the girl had time to conclude that only the three of them were traveling, the Duchess announced that she had to go with them and introduce them to the royal family, because it is customary among aristocrats for an older woman to introduce a younger one. However, after these words, the Duke intervened in the conversation, saying that Evelyn could not go in her condition. The Duchess tried to object, but the Duke was very persistent, so Tiffany mentally supported the man's position. The girl tried to come from the other side, saying that given her age, it would be preferable for the Duchess to accompany a younger person. Then, Tiffany added that everyone would understand the situation and that Thomas would go with her. But the Duchess objected, saying that for the status of her family, it is not enough for a man to accompany her, but there must be a woman accompanying her, where the main argument was that Elizabeth was going to the capital for the first time. And for this first visit, all formalities must be observed to avoid rumors and unnecessary problems in the future, with which the girl could not fail to agree. And finally, the Duchess admitted that, realizing her condition, she asked another person to lend her the service of accompanying and introducing to the royal family. This news was unexpected for Tiffany, and she immediately asked who it was, to which the Duchess immediately replied that it would be His Majesty's younger sister, and Princess Maria, Jessica. This turn of events simply surprised Tiffany, who did not know how to react to this, and Evelyn added that this decision was reasonable, because Jessica was George's aunt. Realizing that it was too great an honor, Tiffany began to say that she was simply a commoner, and that she was not even George's official wife. To which the Duchess said that Jessica would not accompany the commoner, but the mother of the heir, and besides, the princess was already aware of all the affairs. Hearing this, Tiffany came to the conclusion that if she went alone, there would be less commotion than if she went accompanied by a member of the royal family. Sitting in her room, the girl understood that no matter what, she would have to be the center of attention. And then she remembered the events of the book, where at the moment, Elizabeth arrives in the capital. Another character in this story will appear, Amelia Watson. She appeared in the middle of the ceremony and announced that her son was also George's son, where, as proof, she showed everyone George's gift, which was a watch that once belonged to Princess Maria. Evelyn, who loved Princess Maria very much, of course took this watch to Winterwood along with her new relatives. Amelia and her son proudly entered the duchy as relatives of the Richardson family. However, in reality, her son had nothing to do with George, since he was Daniel's son. But whatever the case, they never managed to take away Oliver's rightful place because he was a copy of his father. This circumstance only became the reason why Amelia tried with all her might to harm Oliver. But Thomas constantly defended him. At the same time, the cunning Amelia took advantage of her new position and periodically informed Daniel about the situation in Winterwood, which caused many tragedies, including the death of Thomas. However, Elizabeth now assumes the role of Oliver's mother, which should significantly change things. That's why Tiffany saw the purpose of her visit to the capital as the need to find and stop Amelia, so that in the future her actions would not lead to great tragedies. The girl's reasoning was interrupted by Laurie's appearance in the room, where, literally running into the room, the young maid asked Elizabeth if it was true that she was going to the capital, to which Tiffany replied that rumors, as always, spread quickly, and that it was true, and Laurie asked for permission to accompany the mistress, to which Tiffany, of course, replied positively, which made the girl's eyes light up, and she excitedly said that she would finally travel by train for the first time. Tiffany asked Laurie to pack something so as not to die of boredom on the trip, which greatly surprised the maid, who considered the very fact of the trip as a continuous adventure. Tiffany was greatly amused by the way the young maid spoke about taking her on a trip, and she watched with excitement the sincere joy of this girl, for whom a train trip was an extraordinary event. Mentally, Tiffany was still immersed in her problems, gradually coming to the conclusion that she wouldn't change anything anyway. She needed to act. Deciding to distract herself, the girl asked the maid if she had cards, and after an affirmative answer, she asked her to bring them to her. 2 months have passed since the announcement of the upcoming trip to the capital. All the personal luggage of the trip participants had already been loaded, and Laurie, feeling a strong sense of joy, could not wait for the trip to begin. Tiffany, approaching the carriage, asked Oliver, who accompanied her, if he had taken everything, to which the boy casually replied that it was none of his business to make sure everything was packed. And the young maid was already shouting cheerfully to the young master and the lady to quickly board the carriage. Tiffany gave Laurie a kind look and thanked her for her attention. Suddenly, a complete surprise for everyone was the appearance of the Duchess on the street. Tiffany approached her and began to say something, but then she realized that she didn't know what to say or how to properly say goodbye to Evelyn. But the situation was saved by the Duchess herself, who suddenly tenderly took the girl's hands, wishing Elizabeth to take care of herself and have a good trip. Such an unexpectedly warm gesture from the Duchess moved Tiffany, who, confused, replied to the wishes with a simple thank you. And at that moment, Thomas appeared from the carriage and shouted to Elizabeth that it was time to leave. And as Tiffany and Oliver headed for the carriage, wishes for a good trip came to them from all sides, and for a successful journey. As she was about to board the carriage, Tiffany suddenly stopped on the first step and turned around. Looking at the mourners, the girl concluded with tears in her eyes that after her rebirth, she spent most of her time in Winter Forest. But then everyone took their places, and the carriage started, leaving behind the estate, which had become almost native to Tiffany. Looking at the passing landscapes through the window, the girl felt as if she was leaving her home. Oliver, sitting next to her, also noticed his aunt's state. Asking if she was crying, the boy immediately received a rather brusque answer from Tiffany that she wasn't even thinking of crying. At the same moment, Thomas also drew attention to the girl's behavior, asking if everything was fine with her, to which he also received a sharp answer that everything was fine. And so, after a very short time, the entire traveling party was already at the station, where, however, they stayed for a short time, quickly finding themselves inside the train. Thomas, looking out the window, said that it was a very lucky moment, since if the royal family had written later, everything would have been worse, which was not entirely clear to Tiffany, and she asked why the man thought so. To which the colonel explained that winter comes early to Winter Forest and manifests severely, and if the letter had arrived a little later, the trip would have had to be postponed for a year. But then, thinking a little, Thomas said that it was unlikely they would meet the old king, who was George's grandfather and Oliver's great-grandfather. When the girl asked if the old king still ruled, Thomas replied that the young king often consults with him. Tiffany was interested in knowing what the old king was like and asked him the appropriate question. After thinking for a moment, Thomas said that, frankly, the old king is whimsical, fussy, difficult to interest in anything, and likes to blame someone else. The man completed his characterization of the old king's personality with grim words and partial towards others, after which Tiffany formed the unequivocal opinion that she would definitely not want to meet him. And the man continued with the shocking story about the king, saying that at one point all fragile objects had to be removed, and vases from his office, because his anger and irritability regularly reached a limit where literally everything was used. Thomas finished his story by saying that as winter approaches, the old king usually goes further south, and when they arrive at the capital, he should no longer be there. Tiffany could only hope that during this time, nothing unexpected would happen, and the old king would leave. However, she decided to play it safe, and the girl asked Thomas what kind of people the old king liked. And the colonel replied that the most famous example was Princess Maria, whom he treated with special respect, since she reminded him of his deceased sister. And Tiffany immediately suggested that in this case, Oliver should also be liked, who is so similar to Mary's son. But Thomas dispelled this pleasant illusion, saying that the old king hated George. Although they are all his children, the old king is somehow very cold towards Princess Jessica. And the current king, upon hearing the name of her future companion, Tiffany asked what this woman was like, to which Thomas replied that he did not know her well, but he heard that she had a very good relationship with Mary. That's why she cared so much about George. Therefore, she would like Elizabeth. Tiffany thought that if you look at it objectively, the current Duchess simply stole Mary's place. And now, most likely, Princess Jessica hates Evelyn and her son Thomas. Looking at her hand, Tiffany remembered the gentle touch the Duchess gave her, and thought that despite the possible hatred, Princess Jessica agreed to help Evelyn. Behind these thoughts, the train carried Tiffany and her companions from the snowy lands of the Winterwood Duchy. The journey to the capital took a whole week, which the travelers had to somehow spend on the train, and the girl was simply going crazy from the boredom that consumed her. Looking at Oliver, Tiffany wondered why the boy seemed to be pondering a question of universal scale. Turning to the boy, she asked him if he was busy now, which was very unexpected for him. And Oliver, confused, asked her what was wrong. And Tiffany cheerfully replied that since the boy was not busy with anything, she invited him to play, which was met by Oliver without much enthusiasm. But the persistent girl said that since her nephew did not offer her fun, she should do it herself. Without real interest, Oliver asked the girl what she offered to play, and immediately received the answer that everything had already been thought out in advance. After which Tiffany, with a slight movement, took out and showed Oliver a deck of cards. Still not showing much interest, the boy said he was ready to play and asked to be given the deck. And as soon as the cards were in his hands, he immediately demonstrated his skills in handling the deck, which could only be characteristic of a professional croupier. And as he continued to shuffle the deck in the most sophisticated ways, the amazed Tiffany mentally wondered where the boy learned all this. At one point, one of the cards suddenly flew out of the deck. Oliver picked it up and simply looked at the picture for a while, after which he showed the card to Tiffany and said that her aunt is the Queen of Hearts, who bears the same name Elizabeth. This comparison surprised the girl, and she asked what it meant, to which the boy explained that every card has its own name, to which the girl could only wonder where he got all this from. To which Oliver replied that he very often simply watched how others play. Tiffany concluded that the boy learned all this from the yard hooligans in his village, and that all this reminded her very much of something. Then she turned her attention to Thomas, who was sitting aside and not participating in the conversation. And then, without hesitation, the girl invited the man to join the game, to which Thomas replied that he only played a couple of times with his army friends, and that he wasn't very good at it. But Tiffany immediately said that she herself last played cards about 10 years ago, after which the colonel, smiling, said that in that case he would accept the invitation and would participate in the game. Sitting at the table, the group began to decide what they would play first, to which Tiffany suggested playing a game where you had to steal the desired card from your opponent, with which everyone agreed, and Oliver began to deal. Oliver drew the first card, and Tiffany froze in anticipation. Having made his choice quite quickly, the boy drew a card and immediately announced that he had won, where Tiffany concluded that he was playing very well. The next card to be drawn was Thomas, who turns out not to be very good at betting, because he drew the wrong card and Tiffany was the winner, which made her very happy. The colonel could only look at his cards in confusion. Thomas announced his defeat, and Oliver said without hesitation that Thomas was a very bad player. Seeing the game, Tiffany first thought that Thomas was deliberately yielding in the game, but then realized that the colonel was really very bad at this game, and immediately offered to play poker. And so the game began, where after the first game, Tiffany announced that she had made 2 pairs. Oliver said he had a straight flush. Well, the colonel disappointedly concluded that he had nothing and lost again. The girl mentally concluded that the man was simply terrible at the game, and Oliver loudly said that with the change of game, the overall picture had not changed. It was quite obvious that his comrades invited him to the game only because he was very rich. Tiffany decided that the colonel should not care about winning at cards for a couple of coins. Consequently, cards for him were not so much entertainment, let alone driven by a desire for profit, but rather a reason to go out among people. Even setting aside his skills, Thomas had a very specific attitude towards any game. Suddenly, the boy drew everyone's attention by addressing his playmates. Tiffany and Thomas looked at Oliver with interest, and the boy said that since the game was too boring, he offered to increase the interest by making bets. Tiffany immediately jumped up, saying that there should be no gambling, to which the boy immediately objected, saying that any self-respecting gentleman should know how to make bets, where he explained that betting develops faith and luck, teaches you to value, and clearly analyze the situation, that is, it develops your personality. And pointing at Thomas, Oliver added that the presence of bets will not only increase interest in the game, but will also provoke this gentleman's desire to finally win. After placing the first card on the table, Oliver offered the winner the opportunity to ask any question that interested another game participant. But if the person being asked does not want to answer, then he pays a ransom instead of answering. And when Tiffany asked him what she should do since she had no money, Oliver said that then she would have to answer the question, to which Tiffany reluctantly agreed, saying that in this case it was necessary to agree to exclude difficult questions. And Oliver, laughing, asked what questions her aunt had in mind, to which she immediately received the answer that he should understand it himself. And now the first game with a bet was over, where Thomas and Tiffany revealed their cards, announcing their combinations. It was Oliver's turn to reveal his cards, which he did by saying that he had a winning combination. After which, pointing at Thomas, he said that he had a question for him, where immediately, without any shame, he asked what kind of girls a man likes. The colonel asked the boy about the essence of the question, to which Oliver explained that he meant how an ideal girl should be in Thomas's eyes. The bewildered man replied that he had never thought about it before, to which Oliver quickly clarified that this does not answer the question, and therefore the man must pay. The colonel raised no objection, and immediately settled accounts with the boy in front of Tiffany, who was starting to like all this very little. And so the next game was left behind, where Oliver won once again. And now Thomas was asked a new question, where this time he had to say whether he liked someone at the moment. Tiffany concentrated all her attention, because she really liked this man and was more interested in hearing what he would answer. Very embarrassed, Thomas asked if he was obliged to answer this question, to which Oliver replied that without any doubt, and the colonel thought deeply. But after a few seconds of reflection, the man, instead of answering, simply handed the boy another payment. Tiffany was surprised by Thomas's reaction, suggesting that this was an indicator that someone definitely liked him. This was dizzying news for her, since the presence of a girl in a man's heart could change many things. She immediately began to speculate on why the colonel was not marrying now, whether due to the loss of a first love, love for a married girl, or unrequited love. Behind these thoughts, Tiffany did not notice how Oliver drew her attention to the cards, and asked her what had happened, to which the boy replied that the next game was over, he won again. And now it was her aunt's turn to answer his question. Tiffany was horrified to realize that she had not only missed the entire game, but had managed to lose. Reproaching herself for being too immersed in her thoughts, the girl began to speculate about the next question, which, obviously, would relate to her feelings and relationships. Tiffany realized that she had no money and would have to answer the question where she would say that her heart belonged to the man sitting opposite. Thomas immediately realized that he had recovered and was ready to hear the girl's answer. The girl did not know what to do with herself due to the growing rage inside her, which was generated by a feeling of hopelessness. And so Oliver began to speak, for now simply turning to his aunt, which made the girl even more tense. The question plunged the girl into complete confusion, because Oliver asked if her aunt would object if he suddenly decided not to accept the inheritance, where a look of surprise at the boy was directed not only by Tiffany, but also by Thomas. Trying to somehow digest what was said, Tiffany at the same time began to reflect on the fact that she couldn't even think of such an outcome of this story. And Oliver continued, reminding his aunt that he wanted to eat deliciously and wear jewelry and expensive clothes, which they would not have if he did not become Duke of Winterwood. The girl did not take her surprised gaze off the boy, and a whole hurricane of thoughts swirled in her head. Among other things, Tiffany thought that the boy initially started this excitement only to ask this question, and only now did she begin to realize the great responsibility that rests on the fragile shoulders of a 10-year-old boy. In Oliver's circumstances, even an adult would be confused, let alone a child. Tiffany began to reproach herself for paying little attention to the boy. She began to take better care of herself, and therefore did not realize that he might be stressed. She realized that all this time Oliver simply felt uncomfortable. That's why he behaved this way. And she, his aunt, could never understand the true reasons for this. Tiffany thought that she could have talked to the boy earlier and explained to him that he could completely refuse the inheritance. And so, after a large amount of information passed through her head in a few seconds, Tiffany began to answer the question. She told the boy that she had come with him to Winter Forest, not because she was looking for benefits, but only to take care of him. And if he doesn't want to inherit the duchy, then we can go back to your hometown right now. You have arms, you have legs, you have a head and an inquisitive mind. And that's why she is sure that you will not have to starve. Judging by the boy's look, his aunt's words moved him very much. And Tiffany added that even if the boy inherits Winterwood, she still doesn't plan to stay. But this observation was not appreciated by her companions, who unanimously were indignant at such plans. But the girl did not stop, and said that when Oliver becomes Duke, he will already be an adult, and he will not need his aunt's help. However, judging by the appearance of the boy and the man, they no longer listened to what she was saying, but rather each was immersed in their own thoughts. where Oliver thought that, of course, he would not leave her like that, no matter what his aunt thought. And Thomas came to the conclusion that he could not expect such a turn of events. Tiffany was tired of this game of silence and invited the men to say something, to which both replied that they had nothing to say. Then the girl stood up, and saying that all the questions had already been asked, she suggested ending the game there. And as soon as she tried to take the cards off the table, her movement was interrupted by someone's hand. It was the Colonel's hand, who said that it was not time to end the match. Tiffany guessed aloud that the man liked the game and asked him if he wanted to keep playing, to which Thomas replied that the game itself was quite monotonous, but he enjoyed playing with Elizabeth. The girl was pleasantly surprised by these words, but immediately realized what was happening, and supposed that, apparently, the Colonel also wanted to ask a question, to which Thomas replied openly that he really had a question for the girl. Delighted, Tiffany easily agreed to play again and began to deal the cards. And so the game started again, with a new intensity of passions. But the result did not change at all. As always, Oliver became the winner, and Thomas took the last place. Oliver looked disinterestedly at one of the cards in his winning hand and said that he had no more questions, and immediately added that Thomas could simply pay him immediately, which made his aunt very nervous. And she tried to appease his ardor. However, the man said that everything was fine and the girl should not worry. After all, if there is passion, the game will go faster and be more interesting. But the next game ended when Thomas threw his next losing combination onto the table. The man immediately announced that he wanted to play more. And then another game took place that was not in his favor, where the next coins were transferred to Oliver's disposal. And the restless Thomas immediately demanded a new batch. Tiffany did not understand anything, and could only wonder where this man got so much eagerness for the game. But then the new game ended, and Oliver, showing one of his cards that was part of the winning combination, hinted with the movement of his other hand that it was time to settle, where at the same instant, a couple of coins were once again at his complete disposal, and the restless Thomas demanded to start a new game. This overly persistent attitude of the Colonel was already beginning to greatly frighten the girl. But at the same time, the girl directed her attention to Oliver, next to which an impressive amount had already accumulated, which reminded Tiffany that when she was a child, her mother took away all her money and distributed it in parts. The main thing here was that Oliver correctly understood her actions and did not perceive her as an attempt to enrich herself at his expense. And while she was thinking about all this, the game developed and the Colonel once again paid for his loss. All this, according to Tiffany, was already starting to get out of control, where she considered spending such amounts on playing with a child completely unacceptable. She looked at the boy, who was sorting an impressive handful of coins, and did not know how to approach the issue of how to stop all this. Suddenly, Oliver said that he was grateful to his uncle for the money. Tiffany was horrified to see this speech said in such a way, since in the original story, the boy constantly and respectfully called Thomas uncle. But how much has everything changed now that Oliver chose the word sir as the main address for Thomas? The girl eagerly awaited the moment when the boy would call Thomas uncle, and never expected this to happen in such circumstances. And so, when Thomas settled accounts with his nephew again, the girl's patience ran out, where she hit the table hard, stood up and said that this must end, to which Oliver immediately replied that he didn't care, since he had already won a lot of money. Thomas tried to object, but Tiffany abruptly stopped him, saying that he was an adult man, and he should be the first to understand everything. And then she, with an affable face, invited the man to simply ask his question, where Oliver immediately angrily began to ask the man if he even understood the reason why the boy constantly won against him. This question, clearly asked with passion, attracted Tiffany's attention, who asked Oliver why he always wins, where the boy immediately lowered his head and fell silent. Thomas replied to the girl's proposal that, of course, he was grateful for her kindness, but that he would not take advantage of such indulgence, since it was not fair. Instead, the Colonel suggested playing a little longer, to which Tiffany replied that gambling addiction could not be cured later. And then she began to tell that her family had already had such a negative experience, where Oliver's grandfather, his father, lost his entire fortune, and after losing everything, his father got very drunk, fell off a bridge, and died. After hearing this heartbreaking story, Thomas said that he understood the feelings and concerns of the girl, and therefore agreed to stop the game. During the game, time passed quite quickly, and outside the window of the train rushing towards the capital, It had long been dark. Oliver went to bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Seeing how the boy slept, Tiffany thought that in that state he reminded her of a little angel. The question of why the girl was not yet asleep attracted Tiffany's attention. Turning around, Tiffany saw that the colonel was approaching, who had already changed his clothes. She said that she was just admiring the sleeping boy, and Thomas agreed that children are very cute when they sleep. Suddenly, the girl apologized for everything that happened today, which caused a feeling of bewilderment in the colonel, and the corresponding question to Elizabeth about why she was apologizing. And the girl explained that she found Oliver's behavior today to be not the best, where Thomas must have felt very uncomfortable with his actions and words, to which the man said that there was nothing to worry about, since he perceived everything correctly. And besides, he communicates with Elizabeth in the same way. And the colonel's words that he was glad that the boy brought him closer as much as Elizabeth confused Tiffany, who understood that Oliver really didn't trust her. Here the man interrupted her train of thought, asking her if the girl was tired from the long journeys, to which Tiffany replied that staying still during the journey does not cause fatigue. Immediately, an image of today appeared before her eyes, playing cards, and Tiffany, experiencing the most pleasant sensations, said that traveling in good company is much more fun. To which Thomas, of course, agreed, having drawn a few more conclusions to himself which he did not express. Then the conversation continued on other topics, where Tiffany asked how long it would take them to reach the capital, and Thomas replied that it was about 3 days, and immediately added that if the girl was bored, then they could play poker tomorrow. But that immediately received an objection in response, where Tiffany said that she should set an example for the child. And now 3 days of travel were left behind, where the train finally arrived at the capital station. The travelers left the carriage and the station quite quickly, and a few minutes after the train stopped, the kingdom's capital appeared in all its splendor before Tiffany's eyes. The carriages had already been delivered, and the trio, already very tired from the long journey, continued on their way. Inside the carriage, Tiffany looked at Oliver and Thomas with emotion, observing their strong similarities not only in characters and behavior, but also in the manner of movements and poses. Thomas, who noticed the girl's much attention, immediately asked her what was wrong, to which Tiffany quickly replied that everything was fine. This part of the journey was not very long, and very soon the travelers were already leaving the carriage, where they arrived in the suburban area of the capital, where there was a mansion owned by the Richardson family. On the street, they were greeted in a very affable manner by the butler, who introduced himself as Martin, and put himself at the disposal of the lords. And while the girl was trying to figure out how the butler of the Duchess' estate managed to arrive before them, Thomas carefully explained that this was his twin brother. And only then, Tiffany paid attention to the difference in names Martin and Marvin, and only now did Tiffany realize that from the moment they left the carriage. Thomas continued to hold her hand. She looked inquisitively at the man sweetly, thinking that she had misunderstood something again, or that she was doing something wrong. She tried silently to pull her hand out of the colonel's hand, but failed, as the man held her hand tightly. But at that moment, Oliver, peering out of the carriage, told them to start moving somewhere, giving him the opportunity to get out, and at the same time noticing how tenderly the man hugged his aunt. Then, Thomas had to let go of the girl's hand, where she offered to help the boy get out of the carriage, which he of course refused. And then, watching Thomas asking the servants if the rooms were ready, Tiffany, once again, thought about the reasons why Oliver was not very kind to the colonel. Marvin replied that everything was ready exactly as Thomas had ordered, and the colonel further asked what room had been prepared for Elizabeth, to which the butler announced that a special room had been prepared for her, and Tiffany immediately asked what rooms had been prepared for her stay in the mansion. But the question remained unanswered, where Thomas said in a mysterious tone that Elizabeth would find out later. Just a minute later, the mansion doors opened, and Tiffany could marvel at the splendor of its interior decoration. And when she entered her room, she said that this room seemed to have been created for a princess, where Thomas immediately said that the girl's conclusions were absolutely correct. After which, the colonel added that these were the chambers of Princess Maria, which greatly surprised the girl. Thomas said that since the death of the princess, there had been no one in these chambers, and the Duchess personally ordered this room to be monitored. She also said that many of the girls George brought here wanted to have these chambers, but that was inadmissible. After hearing this, Tiffany expressed her doubts about living in this room, saying that in this case, she should look for other rooms. To which Thomas immediately said that this was his mother's will, since without it, the butler would not even have let them in here. Tiffany was very pleased with the Duchess's attitude towards her, but then she thought that she would have to be very careful, and even refused to have tea in the room so as not to accidentally spoil anything here. In the end, it turned out that life in the capital was not very different from life in Winter Forest. The servants, concerned about Oliver's habits, upon seeing in him the features of the deceased master, who was not distinguished by neatness, were pleasantly surprised by the calm disposition and the boy's cleanliness. Tiffany continued to try in some way to establish contact with Oliver, asking him if everything was fine with him, how he slept, how he ate, to which the boy, without any enthusiasm in his voice, replied that his aunt should not worry about his affairs, and she should take care of hers, where the girl noted how difficult it is to raise a child. The sudden appearance of Laurie, who announced that tea was ready in the middle of Tiffany's thought process, startled the girl once again. While having tea, the young maid said that now there were many rumors about her mistress staying in the princess's room, to which Tiffany replied with words of surprise, and to Laurie's question about whether the mistress had noticed strange glances at herself. Tiffany replied that she attributed it to her usual friendly attitude, which made the young one laugh a lot, saying that friendship cannot be found in the capital. All the people here are strict and partial. Tiffany said that her maid was very good at her duties and had already learned a lot. Previously, she had already noticed how quickly and easily this girl found a common language with the rest of the servants and became one of them. And while Laurie said that she already knew a couple of people and was gathering information, Tiffany noticed that this young maid was simply incredible. When asked how Laurie managed to achieve this position, the girl replied that she simply became useful, after which she expressed the main thing she managed to find out, where everyone in the house now thinks that her mistress will soon become the new lady of this mansion. Tiffany did not know how to react to such information and simply remained silent, trying to somehow digest what she heard. But finally, having regained her senses a little after what she heard, Tiffany asked how this could be possible and where such a rumor came from. And Laurie began to explain that the first and main evidence was that her mistress occupied the princess's room, which no one had been allowed to enter before, which is carried out with the approval of the Duchess herself. And Laurie finished her explanation by saying that such news spread very quickly, and now all the servants treat the lady's maid with special respect. And Tiffany asked why the room was so famous. After thinking for a while, the young maid said that these rumors probably came from the girls whom Mr. George brought here. Taking a sip of tea, Tiffany thought about the fact that her stay in this room was perhaps not easy to arrange, and in fact, it would be better to leave this place as soon as possible. Then she turned to Laurie and asked her to invite Marvin. The lady's request was quickly fulfilled, and a few minutes later, the butler was already asking Elizabeth what he could help her with. Tiffany apologized for distracting the man from other important matters and said that she wanted to know something, where her question about whether there was a report in the mansion that was sent to the duchy greatly surprised Marvin, who asked her if she had heard everything correctly, to which Tiffany said that she knew about the monthly reports of the mansion to the duchy, where a copy was sent there and the original was kept here in the mansion. Marvin adjusted his glasses and said that this is true, but he does not understand why Elizabeth needs all this information. And Tiffany explained that she wanted to check something, for which she needed reports from 10 years ago, and she found out about their existence by chance, when she was wandering in the library looking for something to read, stumbling upon strange papers on one of the shelves. By printing them, the girl discovered that there was information about all visitors to the capital mansion. And when George grew up, he began to spend more time in the mansion and, therefore, the reports began to be monitored more closely. Tiffany had a pretty good plan in her head. Amelia's illegitimate son was the same age as Oliver, which meant that it was a lie that he was George's descendant. And if Tiffany could find records of where George was about 10 years ago, then this lie could be exposed. However, the Richardson estate only had reports from the last 5 years. Tiffany then thought of asking the Duchess about the original reports, but she abandoned this idea, since Evelyn might not approve of the girl delving into George's past, whom she loved so much, where even then, Tiffany had the idea that it would be good to be in the mansion and look for the reports herself. And now she was in the place she needed, where Marvin was already asking what exactly the lady is interested in these reports, where he said that, in reality, the reports do not cover all aspects of life in the mansion. But the girl immediately interrupted his speech, saying that she was looking for information about George, of whom she had a son. This explanation turned out to be not at all suspicious, since it was obvious that she might be interested in the life of the man she was close to. And Tiffany asked to be given the opportunity to view the documents she needed, to which Marvin first said that this was confidential information, but since Elizabeth was also a member of the family, and besides, the Duchess herself had expressed trust in her, he would provide her with the documents. The girl was very happy that everything turned out so easily for her, and that she could get the information she needed. However, the butler clarified that there were many documents, and that the lady could use some help, to which Tiffany immediately replied that she would take care of everything herself, after which she turned to Marvin with another request, where she informed him of the need to track a person's movements, where the butler, without asking unnecessary questions, only inquired who was in question, and the girl did not hesitate to pronounce the name Amelia, where, after thinking for a while and recalling the necessary information, she added information about the surname Watson. Marvin said he had never heard of that surname, and Tiffany explained that she might be from a noble family, but that she was expelled after giving birth to an illegitimate son. However, the butler said that, with such little information about the girl's identity, it would not be easy to find her. Then Tiffany said that she was sure that her father was financially helping the child, which immediately changed the situation, and Marvin said that he would prepare everything before the mistress returned. The girl could not help but feel satisfied with this state of affairs and wholeheartedly thanked the butler. Showing his courtesy, the man asked if the lady had any other requests, to which Tiffany, after thinking for a while, replied that she would prefer Thomas not to know anything about all this, to which Marvin replied that he would not specifically talk about this, but if the colonel asks, he will not lie. This option suited the girl quite well, because after all, he was the butler of the Richardson family, and not her personal servant. Having received all the orders, Marvin said goodbye and left the room. Slumping into a chair, the girl once again reviewed in her thoughts everything she had to do to expose Amelia's lies. And once again, convinced of the correctness of her line of thought, Tiffany concluded that Amelia had fallen into her own trap with her lies. The next day, the girl was preparing to meet the one who would represent her at the royal banquet. Thomas immediately appeared and said that he would accompany the girl to the palace. Tiffany tried to say that she didn't need a man to accompany her, but the colonel said that in any case he needed to see His Majesty, and therefore the girl should not resist his company, where he added that if he could, he would be present at Elizabeth's meeting with Princess Jessica, which amazed the girl, because it turns out this man could go far if he wanted to. After listening to Thomas, Tiffany said that she should not worry, that she would only greet the princess, which would not take long. However, the girl mentally noted that she wouldn't mind at all if the colonel was nearby, since next to him she feels much safer. As she walked down the stairs, Tiffany realized that she herself had not noticed how accustomed she had become to this man's care. Oliver was waiting at the foot of the stairs. Tiffany was very happy about the boy and thanked him for coming to see them off, and while trying to tell his aunt not to do any foolishness when communicating with the princess, the girl had already started stroking his cheeks, telling him that he was a good boy and sweet, and that he should prepare for taking the arithmetic test when his aunt returns. Oliver tried to say that he didn't need this test, to which he immediately received a lot of information about the benefits of studying, and decided to simply agree with the girl's arguments. But after that, once again, he told his aunt not to follow suspicious people, and not to tell the princess anything unnecessary. And then, Laurie intervened in the dialogue, saying that the young master can be calm, since she will always be with her mistress, and will help her if anything happens. After thinking for a while, Oliver said that he trusted the maid, and immediately added that he could trust her, which amazed Tiffany, who did not understand why the boy trusted an unknown maid so easily. But he didn't trust his aunt. She tried to be indignant at the lack of trust in her, but since they were already late, Laurie and Thomas hurried the girl. But even sitting inside the carriage, the girl was haunted by the idea that Oliver trusted some servant more than her, his own aunt. But the jealousy and anger raging inside the girl gave way to a feeling of sadness, and her thoughts turned to the question of what she should do to gain Oliver's trust. Behind these thoughts, Tiffany did not notice how the carriage ended up near the royal palace. Busy with various thoughts on the way, Tiffany felt no excitement, but now the girl was even trembling a little. And so, stopping at one of the gates, Thomas suddenly said that he could not go any further. The girl looked at the man with frightened eyes, still not believing that she would now find herself without his support. Not for a moment did she remember that upon arriving at Winter Forest, she was very worried. But next to him, she was still much calmer. And so, gathering strength and thoughts, deciding that everything would be fine now, just like in Winter Forest, Tiffany said that she would return soon. Then she opened the door and entered the princess's chambers. Princess Jessica greeted the guest sitting on a chair and holding a cup of tea. As etiquette requires, Tiffany greeted the princess. She told her that she was very happy to meet her and introduced herself, giving her name and surname. However, the greeting remained without any response, where the princess only took a sip of tea, after which she put the cup on the table. Then, looking at Tiffany with a not very friendly gaze, she said, turning to you, for the girl to sit down. As the girl settled into the chair, she noticed the obvious hostile tone of the royal person, and Jessica continued by saying that she was not happy at all, since it would have been nothing if Elizabeth had been George's mistress. But she only spent one night with him, and she is the most common commoner. And then, clutching her head, the princess said that representing Elizabeth was a shame for her, and that with this she was only losing. Jessica immediately added that Evelyn had sent her a gift and asked her maid to bring it to her. Pointing to the jewelry, Jessica said that Evelyn gave her this necklace, and that, therefore, she could not refuse the request to represent Elizabeth. Tiffany was surprised that the Duchess gave her such an expensive item, and the princess continued talking, where she now said that she intended to return the gift and find someone else to represent Elizabeth, but not from the royal family, but someone of lower status. Tiffany noted with sadness that the Duchess's sincerity was not properly noticed. But still, the princess at least tried to find someone to replace her, and did not leave everything to chance. Thanking the princess for her generosity, Tiffany said that in this case, she asked for permission to leave the palace before dinner. But Jessica suddenly said that she had changed her mind. Thinking that she had misheard, Tiffany asked the princess what she had just said. Raising her voice slightly, Jessica said that she would introduce Elizabeth to the royal family. This was an unexpected statement, and the girl carefully asked the princess why she decided to change her mind. To which Jessica replied that it was difficult to explain, and that the girl probably wouldn't believe that this was just her personal whim. Having given the order for the jewelry to be returned to the Duchess, the princess, looking at Tiffany with a strange look, said that she understood why Evelyn asked for Elizabeth. And then the girl realized that both women, the Duchess and the princess, saw the late Princess Maria in Elizabeth. Jessica suddenly asked if the Duchess treated her well, to which Tiffany immediately replied positively. And the princess noted that this is in the spirit of Evelyn, since only the two of them continue to honor Maria's memory. Tiffany thought that, probably, the old king should not forget his favorite either. The girl stared at the princess sitting opposite her, and realized that she was probably mistaken in concluding that Jessica hated Evelyn, which could not be said about the rest of the Richardson family. And then the princess, in tune with Tiffany's thoughts, said that she would like to warn Elizabeth that she should not trust this family too much. At that very moment, the girl remembered Daniel's words that she should not trust Thomas. After thinking for a while, Tiffany decided and expressed that maybe the princess was saying these words for the same personal whim for which she decided to introduce her to the family. Real. But suddenly, after what Tiffany said, Jessica signaled everyone present to leave her room. Lori, who promised to protect the mistress, ran around not knowing what to do now, and Tiffany signaled to her that everything was in order. The maid should not worry about her and leave the room. Thinking that she was leaving her mistress to her fate, the young girl left the princess's chambers. When the interlocutors were left alone, silence remained in the air for some time. The first to break this silence, as expected, was the princess, where she began to say that the day before Maria's wedding, she heard rumors that this wedding was arranged and the marriage should be dissolved after the birth of the child. The girl, amazed, asked if it was really possible to dissolve such a marriage so easily, to which the princess replied that of course not, since her father would be furious at such news, since he values the status of the family very much. To which Tiffany expressed her misunderstanding, and added that there was also an agreement that the Richardson family would build a railway if they were related by royal blood. And Jessica said that no one will ever know what was exactly discussed at that moment, but she knows for sure that the possibility of building a railway was just a pretext. And then Tiffany began to think that it was impossible to imagine that the whole relationship between Evelyn and Maria was a lie. And then inspiration descended upon the girl. She suddenly realized that from the very beginning, the Duke did not love Maria, but Evelyn. And his marriage to Princess Maria was just an action intended to get Evelyn, where Maria was supposed to give birth to a child. Then, in any case, even in the event of divorce, the child would become the sole representative of the royal family in the duchy. And Evelyn would stay with him. After thinking about all this, Tiffany asked the princess what the point was of Mary returning to the palace after the divorce, to which the princess said that if everything hadn't gone so far, then everyone would have returned, both Maria and George and Evelyn. And then the girl realized that the Duke, in fact, held George hostage, and if Evelyn had known that he was simply using Maria, she would never have stayed with him. But one question remained unanswered, which Tiffany immediately asked the princess, where it was unclear what could make Princess Maria agree to the Duke's proposal, to which Jessica said that this is still the biggest mystery she cannot solve, and hold the perpetrators accountable, ending with the conclusion that Maria is no longer alive now, and the Duke's truth will never be known. However, before she could finish one thought, Jessica immediately said that this is not the only reason why she advises Elizabeth to be very careful with this family. The princess asked the girl if she knew the cause of George's death, to which Tiffany replied that, according to the stories, he got drunk and fell off a horse. Upon hearing Tiffany's words, Jessica laughed and repeated the words, he fell off a horse. She laughed louder and louder, and her laughter was more and more terrible and greatly frightened Tiffany. But having finished laughing and with a terrible expression on her face, Jessica suddenly asked Elizabeth if she knew that George hated riding horses with all his being. The girl listened without saying a word, while the princess spoke of how her nephew was too proud to admit his fear of riding a horse. And even Evelyn, who raised him, did not know this. It was a huge lie that he carried throughout his life, avoiding riding a horse every time with various pretexts. And so, having expressed all this, Jessica asked Elizabeth if such a person would voluntarily sit on a horse. Stunned by these new details about George, Tiffany did not know what to say in response. And Jessica, hitting the table hard with her fist, shouted that in this situation everything was obvious, where George was simply murdered, since the Duke had always disliked him, where he and Evelyn had a child of their own, and he definitely wanted to make him the heir to the duchy, not his half-brother. Covering her face with her hands, as if trying to prevent a scream from escaping, Tiffany thought with horror how the Duke decided to kill his own son. The princess continued to say that she was very surprised that the Duke decided to make Oliver heir, since if he planned to give the duchy to Thomas, then it was very strange to accept George's son. Suddenly, Tiffany felt horror creeping in, thinking that all this time, Oliver had been in mortal danger. And Jessica said that maybe she, of course, had become too sensitive. But this girl is related to her sister Maria, but not to Evelyn. After which, she once again told Elizabeth that it was for all these reasons that she advised her to be very careful with this family. Tiffany, who had not yet had time to digest this whole avalanche of information, said that she would take everything said into account. And the princess added that now she does not yet have evidence against the Richardson family, but soon they will definitely appear.